friends or get people to like you. This has been an issue with her since we were in elementary school and maybe even preschool. She would win at almost every board game and would ask very bluntly why someone was bad, and that person would normally be me. She'd tell me how easy it was and I should be winning because I'm older. Our parents always bought board games like that, which suited her way more. I really hated playing against her because her attitude after winning wasn't fun or easy to be around. And she was like that with other people too. One time our aunt played with us, and she is a teacher, and my sister basically asked how she could be a teacher when she couldn't even win a game against a 6-year-old. I never liked having to spend time with my sister, and I hated playing anything with her even more. She always wanted to spend more time with me, but I avoided that as much as I possibly could. Eventually, she started to sit in on me playing video games, and she would try to backseat game or would criticize me for taking so long to finish a puzzle, or she would literally take the controller out of my hand and do the puzzle for me. She was also like that when I had friends over too. Then she'd get upset when it was clear that we didn't win a round. I tried telling her it was rude to insult people or to interrupt others and to help without being asked, and to continue when asked to stop. She would tell me it was boring to watch someone struggle and everyone should be thanking her. Now, there are some things that she is not good at, and boy, her reactions are very strong, like temper tantrum strong. Our parents have banned the game charades because my sister could not play that to save her life.
Where could they be? This is turning into a major headache.
But all of them eventually drop her when they grow tired of her complaining about stuff they like. She would basically be indirectly calling them dumb. She's really lonely now because I never hang out with her. She has no friends.
What now, boss? Forget our brothers and sisters over at the lighthouse waiting to get to work. If we don't have enough fuel, it's lights out for the entire camp.
Yeah, we gotta think of something, squad leader.
Well, the other day, I told them that it was their job to help
Don't
her
worry.
out and not mine.
Head back to your
They said
posts.
that we're
I'll take care of
sisters,
this.
and yet I act like I don't like her, but the truth is that I don't. I don't know if I've ever liked her
Traveler,
really,
Paimon,
but I really don't
good to
like
see
her
you.
now, and I
Hey
hate
there,
every
Igula.
second I spend with her.
Why is
I didn't
everyone
tell my
gathered here
parents
at the
this, but
entrance?
saying that it was their job to help my sister and not mine really seemed to upset them. So am I the jerk in this situation? What should I do? Wow, your sister
it's
sounds
fine.
really annoying.
Just a
Let me tell
minor
you
issue,
something.
really.
I've met people
And
who
I'm
act
already
like
on the
this,
case.
And seriously, they
come
are
on,
so hard to
Igula.
be around.
You're
They
always
make
trying to
everything a
fix things
weird
by yourself on the
competition,
down
and they're always
low.
trying to one
Just
up you
tell us.
regardless
It
of
couldn't
if you're just
hurt.
trying to have a good time.
Or
And the worst part about
is it 'cause
is
you're
that
too
there's no
embarrassed
reason
to
act that
say?
way. Also, the younger sister's justification
No
for
way.
acting like
I
this
just don't
is
want
just
everyone in
completely
town
misguided
worrying
as
about
well.
things that I
Like,
can
you
handle on my
explain to her
own.
that you can't talk to people
But
this
since
way,
you're
but
both
she
part of
still
the
feels the need to
investigation
try and
squad
correct
now,
people, or to
I won't treat
basically
you
make
like
fun of them
outsiders.
when they're not good at something that she is good at.
Still,
So in my opinion, I
this
think
isn't
you're
exactly
completely
the
in the
place
right.
for a
I don't
chat.
think you're the jerk at all.
Come on
I
in.
think this really
I'll tell you
is
more
your parents'
inside.
problem, because you have definitely tried to hurt your sister. But from the sounds of it, she sounds like a nightmare of a person to put up with on a daily basis. My entitled in-laws have sold their house and are now demanding with 2 weeks' notice to move into our vacation home for the next 6
Squad
months.
leader,
And now,
I've
since
compiled
I've
what
been
data we
showing
have on
some
the bases we can
resistance to
still
this
control.
idea,
My
in-laws
report
have
is over
started
at the
to
command
guilt trip
post.
us, claiming that they have
Got
nowhere
it.
else to go,
Thanks, Roland.
leaving us in a horrible situation. And at this point, I am so frustrated and I seriously don't know what to do. Here's what happened. Okay, let me start off with some background because this is insane. My husband and I have been married for 5 years. We own a beautiful vacation home on the beach that we built ourselves, and we use it
Squad
throughout
leader,
the year.
our
My
comrades in the
in-laws who are
east seem to
their
have butted
60s
heads with the
have
Fatui.
always been a welcome
They say
guest.
they're going to
They
send
would
someone
visit
over.
for a few weeks here and there,
Got
and
it.
they would
I'll be
contribute
over as soon as I
financially
can.
for the cost of maintenance. Well, last month, my in-laws suddenly announced that they were selling their house
Something
just
to
so
add
they
to my
could
collection.
downsize and move into a tiny condo. Apparently,
Jeez,
they've been secretly
Igula.
harboring this
Are you
idea for
always
months,
this busy?
never even mentioning it to me or
Recently,
my husband. They
yes.
plan to close
There's just
on
so
the
much
sale
work
in
to
2
catch up on.
weeks, and then, get this, they're gonna move into our vacation home for 6 months until they figure it out. And when I heard this, I was absolutely floored. This house is our sanctuary, not a retirement home extension. We use it frequently, we have friends and family booked to visit throughout the year, and we rely on the income it generates during
Paimon's been
peak
wanting to ask
season.
for a
My
while
in-laws,
now.
on the other hand,
What are
haven't
these
lifted a finger on the
vehicle
property
thingies we keep seeing in the
themselves and
lightkeepers'
contributed to
camps?
it only
They
minimally. Now,
kinda
my
look
husband,
like
bless
boot
his heart,
tracks,
is
don't
more
you think?
understanding. He feels
It'd be
bad for his
awesome if
parents
you
and
really
believes
could
that
cook
we
up
can
there.
make it work.
But
His in-laws,
Paimon has a
sensing my
feeling there's
resistance,
more
are
to these
now
things than
guilt-tripping
meets the
us,
eye.
claiming they have nowhere else to go and offering to pay significantly more than their usual
For
contribution.
real?
So
You mean
honestly, am I
the
the
type
jerk
that'd
for
grab a
refusing to
spoon
let
and
them
start
move in?
attacking
On
you if
one
you said
hand,
you didn't
I
like
feel
its cooking?
obligated to help family in need.
Oh,
But on
these?
the other hand, this
Officially,
feels
they're
like an
called
outrageous
moon wagons.
imposition on our
They're
personal
transportation
space and
tools we made by
finances.
modifying
So honestly,
Snezhnayan
I feel
mechanical
so
vehicles.
stuck, and I seriously
You can
don't
think
know
of
what
them
to
as
do.
Kuvaki-powered
No, you are
mobile
definitely not the jerk
lighthouses.
in this situation.
They're not
Your
quick by
in-laws
any
are
means,
pieces of
but they
garbage
save
for
us a
doing
whole
this,
lot of
and they
trouble
are
and
literally
manpower when it
springing
comes to
this on you
transporting
all of a
supplies.
sudden out of nowhere, all because they
As
knew
for
if they asked
cooking
you in advance, you
functionality,
would
I
always say
hadn't actually
no.
given
So
that any
now they're
thought.
basically saying,
But
"Oh
you know,
man, but we have
if
nowhere
we
else to
did
go, you
install a
gotta let us
toaster in
But it's
there...
like, okay, why didn't you plan for that when you were selling your house? How is your stupidity my problem? Like, I would understand if they had nowhere else to go because of like an emergency or some kind of like natural accident or something like that. Like
No,
maybe their
no.
house flooded or a
Filling
hurricane
stomachs is a
came in
key
and took
part of
their house
Ratnik's
out,
duties
or
too.
some other act of
Thanks
God
for
that has
reminding me
caused
of
their
that,
house to
Paimon.
be unlivable. In that case, I'd be like, sure, move into the beach house.
A
Let's
proper
figure it
food
out.
truck
But
would
for
save us
these
from having to
people
build
seriously
makeshift
sell
stone
their
stoves
house
just
and
to eat a
not
hot
only not
meal.
tell you about it, but then come up to you and be like, we're gonna live in your vacation house for
Right?
6 months.
And that
only to
way,
then
you
plan
could
to
even
be
hold your
upset
own
when you show
bonfire
any
parties,
kind
too.
of resistance. Like, that is crazy to me, and that is so unacceptable.
Except,
Because
everyone
I
does
guarantee
seem
you,
really
if you let them
busy.
move into that house,
I'm
they
not sure
will
they'd be in the
never
mood for
leave.
that.
They will always find an excuse
Actually,
not to live
I
by the
really
beach,
hope that
and
one
they will
day
always
we
find a
can.
reason to stay in that
Just the
house.
thought of it
Like,
makes
I'm
me
telling you right
smile.
now, in my opinion, based on
But
the
that
way
day
you're
will have to
describing
wait.
these people,
For now,
this
at least.
literally will be a horrible
Yeah,
nightmare in your life
it's all
if you
'cause of
don't
the
put your
wild
foot
hunt,
down
isn't
right
it?
now. And here's the thing, I understand that your husband is like, oh
Yes,
man, I gotta take care of
Flint's
family.
did send
But
word
this
from the
is not a
south that the
situation
strongest
where
wild
family
hunt
is in need
anomaly
of
we know of
anything.
has been
The
destroyed
original
with your
poster has
help,
even gone on to
but it
say
continues
that
to
they
cause
rented
havoc
this
elsewhere.
vacation home as
So
a
there's no easing
fantastic
off for
place
us.
to live for some
Not
kind of
only must we
retirement.
shore up our
And if
bases
that is not
themselves,
some kind of, like,
we
big
also
red
need to
flag,
ensure
I
that the
don't know
roads are
what it
clear,
is. So in my opinion,
which
I think
entails
you are
dispatching
completely in the
Ratniki
right.
at regular
I think the way your
intervals to
in-laws are
patrol
acting
vast
is
areas
very
of land.
intentional and very calculated, because I guarantee you
Just
the second
listening
they
to
move
all
into
that
that
is
vacation
kinda
home,
tiring
those people
already.
are never gonna leave.
You
If you
keepers
like Am I the
sure have it
Jerk, you're
tough.
probably going to love Am I the Genius.
And that's just the
Check it
basics.
out, link down below
The
in
real
the
danger
description.
lies with those
Also,
wild
go
hunt
to
outbreaks that suddenly just appear out of
amithejurk.com/submit
nowhere.
if you would like to
Such
submit your
tests
own
are all handled by
stories.
Gramps,
Am I the jerk for
Flins,
not letting my
Olaf, and
friend
those
join a
guys.
plan that he previously rejected? Because right now, I'm kind of feeling guilty.
I can't
At
have
this point,
Gramps
I
fretting
seriously
over
don't
every
know what
last
to do.
thing.
Here's what happened.
So I've taken
So
over
I'm a
handling of the
22-year-old
groundwork.
male, and I made a plan to
Honestly,
go to this
compared to our
concert
shortage of
happening in my city.
manpower,
I've never
supply
gone to a
prep is
concert
nothing.
before, but finally
To
there was a
continue
good
on the topic of
concert
food,
happening soon,
even
and
the
I had
best
money to
cook in the
buy tickets
world
as
couldn't do
well. I
anything
asked
without
my friends if
ingredients.
they wanted to go with
Over
me,
the
as
years,
this is something I've
many of our
always
former
wanted to
bases
do,
have fallen
but
into
all of them said
disrepair,
no for whatever
making them
reason they could
ill-suited
think
for
of.
long-term
Now, I asked
postings.
another group of friends
At the
that I
moment,
have, who are my
everyone has to
primary
shuttle
group of
back and
friends,
forth
but I
between our
hang out with
camps
them
and
quite a bit
HQ,
as well. Most
leading
of
to
them said
fewer and
okay,
fewer
as
people
they also
available
had
for
not been
combat
to a concert
deployments.
before, and we all agreed and
Yep,
decided to go.
and that's
In
turning
that
this
second
place into
group,
a
however,
permanent
one of the
base.
guys was
And
making
most importantly,
excuses like my
what's a
other
lightkeeper
friends,
stronghold
making
without a
stupid reasons
lighthouse?
that sounded like he just
So,
didn't want to come
you wanna build
along,
one
which
here?
is something that I experienced with my first group of friends. Now, at this point, I was pretty
Exactly.
annoyed at all these
We'll
guys
need it if we're to
making
stand
stupid
any
excuses,
chance against the
as if
wild
they
hunt's
can't just
attacks.
tell me properly that they
Which
don't wanna
is
come
easy to
along.
say,
So I said to
but
myself,
in
"Screw it,"
practice,
and I bought tickets
I
for the
think
ones
you've
who
seen
said
enough
yes.
to know it's
Now,
not
a
going
few
too
days
smoothly.
later, guys from both my
right.
primary group and
Paimon
the
almost
other dude
forgot
from
that
my
we were here to
second
help.
group started telling me something like, "Oh,
what's the
sorry,
issue?"
bro, we didn't realize you actually wanted to go.
Well,
Why didn't
building
you
our
tell us
encampment will
properly?
require
Can we
lots
come
of
now?"
fuel and
And by the
supplies.
way, just to be clear
Generally,
here,
we
I
bring it
asked
all
these
in on
guys
moon
multiple
wagons, all the
times,
way
and
from
I was either
Pyramida.
ignored or given stupid excuses. Now, the concert tickets are mostly booked, and the chances of us getting tickets together wouldn't be possible. And the guy from the second
If
group
only it were
started
so
telling me that
simple.
he really wanted
The
to
main
come
problem
along
is
now, and
we need a
asked me
special
to
kind of
contact
oil
the site
refined
and
using
ask if there
Kuvaki.
are any available
It's true
seats
that the
in
plants
same
nearby
stand
are
that we
full of
booked in
Kuvaki,
already.
and
Now,
they'll
I'm
keep us
already
going.
pretty reluctant
For a while
because
at
this
least.
guy has been
But
annoying
supplying
me
the
by
fuel
being
for a
so
lighthouse
ignorant
is a
about
whole whole other ballgame.
But I decided to contact anyways via mail.
Unfortunately, though, there's been no sign of the supplies that should have arrived last night. Valdez is in charge of transport, and he's always been meticulous, so it's unlikely that he got careless and missed the timing or something. And that's precisely why I'm worried that they might have encountered some trouble.
He was being such a little jerk about it. Furthermore, if I do help him get get the ticket, my other friends from my primary group would find out and could probably start thinking as to why I didn't invite them first and instead invited this other guy. So I decided to tell neither.
There's always
and I
a way
just
out of
didn't do
every
anything.
jam.
So now,
Even if that
nobody
means
extra
being
will be
trapped
coming
inside a
along,
sealed
and I'll now
barrel
be
or
only
getting
going with
buried
people
neck
who
deep.
wanted to go in the first place.
Surely this
So
can't be any
honestly,
worse than
does all of
that.
this make me a jerk? What should I do?
Don't
I
tell
think
me
this
that's
makes you a
actually
jerk at
happened.
all. Literally,
I
all your
guess I
friends are
underestimated you
adults.
two
It's
again.
not your job to explain that yes, I'm being serious, and yes, I want to go to this concert. Like from the sounds of it, they were being like super immature and like
Anyway,
super weird
we can
about
have a look
it. And so I
around.
completely understand
Maybe
you
they've
being
just
like,
lost
okay,
their
I'm gonna ask
way.
another group. Because in my opinion, if you're gonna go to a concert
Maybe
with
so.
a group of friends,
Anyway,
at least go with
there's
a
no
group
time to
who
lose,
actually wants
so
to be
follow me.
there, and not with people who are
Yep.
just gonna make your life
Let's move.
miserable the entire time. So in my opinion, I don't think you did anything wrong, and I think that if they really wanted to go to that concert, they would figure it out themselves. My fiance wants to continue splitting bills evenly between us, even though he experienced a significant pay raise. And I'm honestly at this point very frustrated, and I seriously don't know what to do. Here's what happened. Okay, so my fiance and I established an agreement when we moved in together.
Burn it down! Rev the engines!
And we both take
Strange. I thought I just heard something.
Well, that's weird. That's the vehicle, all right, but there doesn't...
vehicle expenses, while I handle my car payment, my insurance, and utilities.
Squad leader!
as well as
Thank the
groceries
gods
and
you're
gas.
here.
We've been
Please,
together for
help
9
me.
years, and our incomes used to be relatively equal.
Aldous,
With me working
how did
overtime
you
to
end up
match
here?
his earnings when I had
It's
lower
a long
paying
story,
job. Over
but the
time, our
barrier
incomes
created by these
fluctuated due to
mandragoras can't be
various
broken from inside, so
circumstances. I worked
I've been
full-time
stuck
while
in here for
attending
almost the
school,
whole
and he
day.
experienced a period without a job.
Something
Throughout,
about
I
this doesn't
shouldered the
quite add
majority
up.
of household
This place
responsibilities,
isn't on the main road from
95%,
Pyramida,
including
nor is it some
dinner.
sort of
Now our
shortcut.
careers have stabilized. He secured a higher paying job through a friend's
And as for the
recommendation
Mandragoras,
with a
they
salary
wouldn't
about
usually bother
$10,000
passersby
more
unless
than
they
his
were
previous
trespassing
one.
on their
He worked hard
territory.
to get subsequent promotions, and his salary
In short,
ended up being
I'd like an
triple
explanation
mine,
as to
with
how you
yearly
ended up
bonuses
here,
factoring into
and a
it.
reasonable one at
Eventually,
that,
I also
or you
landed
might
a
have to
better
stay in there a
paying
while
job,
longer.
and now his income is
Whoa.
about 2 times as
You
much
don't
as
usually
mine.
see people
Throughout
like
all
getting
of his pay
angry.
increases, our financial
Paimon's kinda
agreement
scared now,
remained
too.
unchanged. Recently, during a discussion about wedding expenses, I mentioned my lack of disposable income this paycheck,
That's true.
all due to paying off debt
Yes,
from
being
booking
an
a wedding
adventurer
vendor.
really does
I
have its
explained the
advantages.
challenges of budgeting
It's a
for
good thing we're
daily
only
expenses
honorary
with
squad
minimal
members,
leftover,
or
and how he
we'd be
wouldn't
subject to his
understand,
discipline
because
too.
once he pays rent out of one check,
all right,
he
all right.
essentially has the second
Last
check,
night,
and his
I found the
bonuses
path to
are
our camp
disposable
blocked by a
income.
large
His
group of
response
mandragoras.
shocked me. He said to me, "Find a better job if you can't pull your weight." Now, honestly, I
You know how I like
respect
studying
it,
insects and
especially
plants,
considering
squad
our
leader,
history
and
the
it was
fact
such a
that
rare
I've
sight
been
to see
there
this many
during tough
mandragoras
times.
gathered in
I
one
confronted
place.
him about what seemed like a shift in his mentality. I thought he had a
I didn't want to miss the
provider
opportunity,
mentality, and the
so
only reason
I
we were
followed them all the way
50-50
here.
was because
But
of our
then,
respective incomes. I assume he thinks
I'm
it's
so
not fair
sorry.
to bust
I'll
his
take
butt to get
responsibility for
raises
this,
and
I
for me to
promise.
expect
How
more.
about
He
I
must be
cover
feeling
Night Watch for the
sorry,
coming
but
week?
despite his
No,
attempts to be
make
nice
that the whole
since
month.
then, buying food and offering gestures, I'm left feeling unsure about our
But
relationship.
what do you
We
mean?
are approaching
You're
our
not just gonna
wedding in
leave me
9
here,
months,
are you?
and I'm contemplating
Please,
individual
I know I was
therapy
in the
just
wrong.
to discuss with someone that doesn't know us.
You
I'm
know,
also
he does
questioning
look
if this is a
really
red flag
sorry.
for our future.
Let's just
I
save him
worry about
first, all
potential
right?
expectations
He's got
regarding
enough
work,
punishment
as well
waiting
as
for him as it
childcare
is.
responsibilities once we
You're
have
right, Paimon.
kids. I
We
do
can
know
discuss
his
the breaking
mom
of
did work
regulations
growing
after we
up,
get
and he
back.
has previously
For
told
now,
me that his
let's
family
concentrate on
struggled
getting him
because
out
of
of here.
it. So I am a bit empathetic.
I
don't
could use your
expect
help
him to
again,
take
Traveler.
over all of my bills all of the sudden, but if we shared an account, or
Thank
even if he
you.
took over one utility bill, it would take some of the stress off of me. And honestly, right now I'm wondering if I'm overreacting, or if this situation calls for reconsidering the wedding. After 9 years, it's not a simple decision, but I feel like he views our relationship as somewhat transactional. And at this point, I seriously don't want to. Honestly, it kind of seems like you need to talk to him and be like, hey, I need some help with this. It seems like you have a lot on your plate.
Where'd all these monsters pop out from?
Let our guard down.
So
Prepare for battle, everyone.
figuring this out wouldn't be a and hopefully when you do,
Get to... Shit! Rise with the sun! Pyroclastic surge! Ah! Burn it down!
Branches a song, a grave for the everlasting forest.
shadow of darkness!
Rise with the sun! Wrath from the sky!
And has been relying on them to provide free full-time care. This is
Phew.
taking a major
Finally
toll on them,
drove out
and
those
means they are
monsters.
often too tired to
What's
spend
going
time
on
with our
here?
grandchildren.
Surely
Both
they
my
couldn't have been
in-laws
waiting
and
in ambush
children
this whole
lament this
time.
lost time, but they are kind of stuck
The
until
Wild
my sister-in-law
Hunt.
gets back on
The
her feet.
Mandragoras.
A few months ago, we came into a small amount
I get
of
it.
money, and most of which we used for home repairs
Have you
and
figured
some for
something out,
savings.
Eula?
My husband offered
With all
to
this,
loan his
I
sister
think these
first and
Mandragoras
last
trapped
for
you
a
inside
nice
the
but
barrier
modest
to protect
first-floor
you.
apartment, but she declined because she wouldn't want to live
They're
in a
very
dump
sensitive
and
to
wants a
shifts in their
high-end condo
environment.
instead.
I
But the
myself
offer is
heard
still
some
on the
strange
table if
murmurs
she
on the way here.
chooses. Now, last week, my boss offered me
Come
some
to think of it,
unexpected
it must have come
My
from the
husband
Wild Hunt
suggested that we
monsters,
take our
who had yet
kids
to
on a beach
manifest at that
vacation,
time.
and I suggested
These
that maybe
Mandragoras
we
must
could
have
take his
detected them
parents.
very
They would
early
get a
on,
much-needed
which is
break,
why they
and
barred
our
your
kids would
path
get the
and
time
prevented you
together
from
they missed.
continuing
They were
onward,
elated and they agreed.
only
Well,
to
my
have you follow them
sister-in-law is
anyway,
furious at
leaving
not
them no
being
choice
invited
but to
and
trap you here
suggested
for
that
your
we use the
protection.
money we offered her to be used to pay
I
for her
see.
trip. But
So
we said
that's
no.
what was
The
going
thing
on.
is, not only do
No
we just
wonder
want
they
some
refused to
alone
leave
time
the
with my
area.
in-laws and kids, but she also has
They
a habit
probably
of
only
leaving me
protected
with
you
her
because they
child for
detected the
lengthy
scent of
periods
grass
time
and
while she
flowers
goes
on
to
your person.
smoke or do other things.
Perhaps because of all the time you spend around them. Either way, thank you both. There doesn't seem to be any further danger.
So are we being jerks for dictating what that money is for? What should we do? I do not think you're the jerk at all because honestly,
they
this is
go.
your money. You get to
Adorable little
decide what you
fellas,
want
huh?
to do with it, and no
And
one's
they
going to
didn't
tell
even
you
ask
how
for
to
a
spend
reward.
it. Also, you're under
Imagine
no
if we had them
obligation
around to watch our
invite her or
backs.
even pay for her
We'd never
trip.
have to worry
Like, if
about
she
being
wants to dig into
ambushed
her
while
own
opening
pockets for
treasure
once
chests
and pay for her
again.
own trip, then by all
You know,
means, go for it.
putting
But
it
for her
like
to
that,
expect you to
it
pay
was
for
kinda
all because the
understandable
money's
that Valdez would
available,
wanna
instead
follow
of
them.
using that money to get a condo
Right?
or some kind of like
Finally,
one-bedroom
someone
apartment,
understands
honestly
me.
just speaks volumes to the type of person that your sister-in-law really is. And I think you're
I
completely
know,
justified
I know,
to say
I'm
no
sorry.
and not allow her to come
I'll
on
take
this
whatever's
trip.
coming to
My
me.
boyfriend's mother wants
All
to
right.
live with us
Now that we've got him out,
even after
let's head
me and
back.
my boyfriend
The
get
others are
married.
probably starting to
Right
worry.
now, I'm seeing no resistance from my boyfriend with this idea, and I feel very stuck and unsure about what's going to happen, and I now seriously don't know what to do. So me and my boyfriend have known each other
Alrighty.
since 2018.
That's the issue resolved
I'm
and our
25
fuel
years
stocks
old, and he is
replenished.
28 years
Thank you
old.
both
We've
very
been
much.
in a relationship since the past 4
don't mention
years,
it.
and I
We're
moved to
part of the
Canada
team,
from
right?
India around 1.5 years ago, and he moved around 2 years ago. Our relationship has been ideal. We both love each other, we travel, we have
He neglected
fun.
his
I do
duty
see my
while
future
escorting
with
a
him, and I
supply
wanna get
shipment,
married to
which
him
is a
in the next
violation
1
of
to
our
2 years,
regulations.
and he wants to as well.
However,
Now, there
he
are a
did
couple of
encounter a
issues that
pretty
we are
dangerous
facing.
situation
His dad
related to
passed
the
away
Wild
when
Hunt,
he was in college
and we didn't
because of
end
an
up suffering
accident.
any
He doesn't
losses.
have any siblings.
As such,
It is just
as
him
per his
and
wishes,
his mom
he'll be
used to
responsible
work,
for
but
protecting
left
the
her
lighthouse
office because
throughout
she
its
wanted
next
to
month of
move to
construction.
Canada just so she could live with him
Hope he doesn't start
permanently.
slacking
Now,
off
my
again.
boyfriend used to think that
Now
I
that
will
she's a
live
member
with
of
him
the
and his
team,
mother and
Paimon's
his
gonna
house
start
after
coming
our
down to
marriage.
check up on
But I
him.
made him understand around
and
2
see
years
how the
ago
lighthouse
that
is
I
coming
like
along,
being
too.
independent and I like my
Speaking of
privacy,
which,
and I don't see
Paimon
myself
wonders
living
what
with
it'll
his
look
mother
like once it's all
permanently my
done.
life. I
It
know
won't
how
be as
important his
impressive
mother
as the
is
one
to
at
him,
Final Night
so I
Cemetery,
propose
that's
that
for
when
sure.
we get married,
Still,
we move to a different
it'll be
house
bright
that
enough
is
to serve
nearby
as a
to his
beacon to
mother,
guide
so he can
travelers
still
through the
look
night.
after her while we
So
have
long
our
as we're
own
able to
life and
keep
our
people
own
safe,
privacy. He
whether
liked
from the
idea
Wild
and
Hunt or
understood
anything
where I was
else,
coming from.
our
Well,
efforts will
his
not have
mother
been in
came to
vain.
Canada on a super
Anyway,
visa 10 days
I should go
ago,
back to
and it
sorting
hasn't
through our
been very
archives.
good. They had
All
the
that work
marriage
isn't going to do
conversation,
itself.
and apparently she doesn't like me and my family. We are both from very different religions, and she absolutely
Don't worry,
hates the
we won't be
idea
this
of
busy
living in a
forever.
different
We
house
should
than
be
my
able to put our
boyfriend
feet up
after
a bit
marriage.
once this place
Even
is
though
up
my
and running.
boyfriend moved out of their house in
that
India
case,
after the 12th
we'll help
grade,
you
and
out.
they both have
That
been living
way,
alone
it'll be
in
done in
India,
no
meeting
time.
on weekends and holidays. She thinks that
Your
my
help would be
boyfriend is
most
throwing her
welcome,
away and
believe
doesn't
me.
care about her.
But
My boyfriend and I
I'm
also
sure you've
have
got a lot
plans
on
to
your
move
plate
to the
already.
United States
And
later
asking you to
on.
come
Also,
all
we
this
can
way
have
just to
better
do our
software
work for
engineering
us?
opportunities.
It wouldn't
When he
feel
told
right.
her that even if she lives with him now, she can't move to the
How
US
about this then?
permanently because of
If you
visa
find
issues,
anything
and that
useful
she
during
can
your
only live
adventures
6
and you
months
happen
at
to
a
be
time.
passing by,
Well, she
feel
told
free
me
to drop it
let
off.
go of the USA
Come
plans and
is
to
no
stay in
biggie.
Canada with her.
Like you
So
said,
now
we're
I don't know what to
squad mates
do.
now.
I don't get why living in a different house sounds so bad
that right,
to her.
Traveler?
It will be the same city, probably like 10 to 15 minutes away at max. And I
In that
don't even
case,
mind if she is
let me say
living with
again
us
that
for the
it's an
whole 6
honor
months
to
in
have
the
you as
United
my
States,
squad mates.
or even if she lives for some months with us in Canada. I am not trying to be insensitive, but I just don't see myself living with him and his mother forever. But I also don't want this to be the end of our relationship. We both love each other too much, and my boyfriend is not the issue. He understands where I'm coming from and wants to do the right thing. He gets that we will be more happy living alone on our own, but doesn't want to throw away his mother. So honestly, I'm at such a loss, and I seriously don't know what to do. Honestly, I know you say that your boyfriend is not the issue, but in my opinion, he absolutely is. First of all, you're not crazy for not wanting to live with your mother-in-law for the rest of your life. Like, that seems like a pretty reasonable reaction in my opinion, and I know if I was in your shoes, I would feel the exact same way. It's not that you're throwing them away or you don't care about them. Like, of course you do. That's not part of the equation in this instance. Instead of this being a situation where you don't like the mother-in-law and you don't want her around, in my opinion, this is more of a situation about privacy than anything else. If I was gonna get married to my partner and I knew this was part of the package deal, where he would be expecting his mom to live with us even after we get married, I would definitely be very hesitant in moving forward. Now, I'm not saying that you shouldn't marry him, but I do think it's important to consider what's actually happening right now. Because in my opinion, if you don't put your foot down now, then this is going to spiral out of control in a way that you really don't want to deal with. And I really think that that line in the sand really needs to come from your boyfriend and not from you. You can certainly voice your opinion, but at the end of the day, this is your boyfriend's mom, and he really needs to be the one to say, no, you can't live with us. Because honestly, this sounds like an awful thing to let slide in your relationship. And I just know that I would not be happy if I decided to go this route. Am I the jerk for telling my sister that she is the last person I would ever want my wife to be like as a parent? Because right now, she is getting on my last nerve, and at this point, I seriously don't know what to do. My sister is 8 years older than me, and she has 5 kids, while my wife and I only have 1.
Another test subject.
I
Receive my...
We were nothing alike. Things got so much worse when my wife became parents. My sister actually wanted her kids to know away for the most part, and even if we were around each other, we were very close to her. She said it was because I was too disrespectful of her. She has the right to try and pressure my wife and I to parent her way. My wife was impact her mental health, and I was so glad. I remember our parents were so worried about my sister.
The rewards of an adventure worth remembering.
She was driving herself to the brink by forcing it when she struggled. One of our parents used to stay the night when her husband was working nights because they were so worried about her. She even threatened to sue our parents and her doctor over the suggestion of introducing formula. She accused them of trying to make her a bad mother, and this is despite the fact that she ignores her other kids when she's like that. Now, I never wanted my wife to end up like that, so I was happy when she put her mental health first. My sister tried to shame her, but I quickly stepped in and I put a stop to her. I even talked over her until she quit opening her mouth, and that honestly took several minutes just to do. This was at our parents' house, and she tried to approach my wife afterwards, but my wife simply walked away. Once I heard my sister spewing more garbage, I told my parents that we needed to leave, but they actually made her leave instead. My sister tried to get in touch with
Hey,
my
not a bad
wife
haul.
through social media, but they aren't social media friends, and my wife has DMs set to private. We then saw each other at Christmas, and this time she started in on us for cuddling our child too much, and because our child is almost 1 year old, she felt that it was too big to be constantly giving affection to. She didn't get to say everything because I stopped her again, and our parents told her to leave if she couldn't behave. Well, she hated being shut out, so she approached me and told me she is trying to help my wife be a better mom.
A
and to
long,
be
long
more
time
like
ago,
her. She
there
told
was
me
a
she's the
young
best
man
kind
who
of
ran away
example
from
for my
home.
wife to follow.
After
But I
spending the
told her
last
I
of his
pitied her
mora,
if she actually
he
thought
trod
that
through
was
the
true,
cold of
because she
winter,
is the last
shivering in
person
his
that I would
threadbare
want my wife
clothes.
to emulate as a parent.
Suddenly,
Well, as
the
you
young
might be
man
able to
found
guess, my
himself
sister
stepping out
freaked
onto
out,
thin
and I
air,
walked away from her.
and he
But
fell
she showed
through
up
into a
several more
strange
times calling
place.
me disrespectful
But
and
before
saying
he
that
could
I had
react,
always treated her
a
like
voice rang
garbage.
out
So
from somewhere in the
honestly, am I the jerk
distance.
in this situation? What
This
should
is
I
the
do?
secret
No,
home
you are
of
definitely
Nicola
not the
Coco,
jerk. Your
the
sister is
great
incredibly
mage
intrusive, and she
everlasting.
really does come come off
Oh,
as very
destitute
narcissistic,
one,
like she's trying to
tell
tell
me
you,
your
your wife,
heart's
how to manage your
greatest wish,
child. Meanwhile,
and with
she's
my
trying to act
guidance,
like this perfect
you
example
shall
of how to be a
attain it.
mother. And it's like, what
Whoa.
are you talking about? That is
That was a
definitely
strange
not true.
voice.
So good for you for putting your foot down, because this
Nicola
behavior has
Coco.
seriously gone on long enough.
Who's that
and the
again?
way your sister was
Do we
acting
know
is
her?
completely inappropriate. My entitled mother ruins my wedding, storming out of it with all of her family after she didn't get enough attention for how the wedding was set up. But despite the fact that she did nothing to help out with this wedding, she still feels entitled
The
to
young
all of
man
the
was
praise
in
and the
awe
glory.
of the
And I'm
mage's
honestly just so done with her,
magnificence
and I
and
seriously
beauty.
now don't know what to
After
do.
a
Here's
lengthy
what happened.
silence,
When I
he
had my
solemnly
wedding 5 years
declared,
ago, we decided
"Oh,
to
great
host it at my
mage from
wife's mother's
afar,
house.
how
We dressed up the
beauteous
garden,
and
it
wise
looked
you are."
magical. We were
The
able to
moment
have
I
a
beheld
stunning
you,
garden
my
wedding with
heart
about 100
began
guests,
to
and it was
flutter.
relatively cheap.
All my
On the
heart
big day,
desires
while getting
now
set up,
is to
my
make your
entitled mother
wishes
was buzzing
mine.
around, making a
The
complete
subtlest of
nuisance
smiles
herself,
appeared
trying
on
to
the
change how
mage's
tables
face
were
as she
arranged and
replied,
allocated, and
"Very
bothering both my
well,
wife and
then
while
I
we
shall
were
task
getting
you
ready
with
for the
performing
ceremony.
certain
Our friend
deeds
who
on
was the
my
unofficial
behalf,
manager of the
such as
wedding, was
those that
doing
are
her
within
best to
your
keep her
ability.
satiated, while
Your
also keeping
guide
her
is
from
here,
bothering the
and your
brides.
reward
When it came
awaits
time
you
to
in the
speeches,
days to
I made
come."
mention of people who
Guide?
specifically helped and people
Does
who
that
were
mean
part of the
this
wedding
glowing
party. My
orb?
sister was mentioned as she was part of the wedding party, and my mother-in-law was also mentioned for partially funding the wedding, as well as hosting it at her house. She also invested a lot of time and a lot of effort. But in the end, my entitled mother did not get mentioned, mostly because she did not help. If anything,
I'll
she was
take care of
hindering
it.
a lot of our progress, and honestly never did anything to support us. When it became clear that she was not getting mentioned, her
"Secret
family started
home,"
shouting at me
said
from
the young
across the
wanderer,
garden,
with a look of
reminding me to
confusion
somehow
on their
mention my
face.
mother. Out of
"Where
surprise
is
and
this
shock, I made a
secret
quick
home
mention, but
of
I
which you
honestly had
speak?"
no idea what to
The
even
mage's
say.
voice
It
grew
simply made no
somewhat
sense to mention
flustered
her in
upon
the first
hearing this
place.
question.
Well, shortly after, she
Wait,
left in tears,
does it
and
make
she
sense
took
for
her
this to be a
entire
bashful
extended family
character?
with her, which was about 1/4
Never
of
mind.
the entire
I'll keep it in
guest
for
list.
now.
I mean,
Mr.
most
Nine
of
can
them
always
didn't
refine
even
it
say
later.
goodbye. It was a devastating amount
It
of
is
drama for
rather
what should have
rude
been
to
a
ask
magical
such
day.
questions of a
My dad,
mage,
who
young
is
one.
divorced from
The
my
mage's
mom,
lodge
handled
is
it
under
very well and
renovation.
comforted the both
Very
of us.
soon
And
you
know
shall
what?
be
I don't
stunned
regret not
by its
mentioning her even
grandeur.
a little bit. All it did
This
was
shall
highlight that
be
she
your
can't be
trial.
trusted to participate
Offer
in
up your
our
strength
lives in any
and help
important
this
or
great
meaningful way.
mage to
The
build her
relationship has never been the
territory.
same since, especially since she outright refused to apologize to my wife, even trying to compare her behavior with my wife being withdrawn at her family gatherings, since for some reason the entire extended family tends to pretend that she doesn't exist. It's honestly so bizarre, but with all things considered, I'm just glad that my wife still loves me despite how insane my entitled mother truly is.
As the young man
Wow, what an
continued
awful way
forth,
to treat you at
he
your
noticed
wedding.
many
Like, here you are
exquisite
getting married and you're trying to
statues
set everything
dotting
up
the mage's
perfectly. Meanwhile,
territory.
your mom is
"What are
literally trying to move
these?"
things
he
around
asked,
and basically
puzzled.
change up your wedding in such a way where
"These
she's
are
just being a
all
nuisance
those
to
who
everybody
opposed
around
me.
her. Like, you worked
They
hard on this, as
underestimated
well
the
as your
power of a
mother-in-law and
mage,
your wife.
and thus
So
were
I
turned
completely
to
agree with you when you're
stone."
like, wait a second, why should I be
I quite
thanking
like
my
that.
mom for something that
A
she
spur of
didn't
the
help
moment
with?
addition.
I mean, just look
But dare
at how
I
she
say it was a
reacted
good
when you
one.
didn't mention
A
her in
mage
some
ought
kind
to
of
be a
meaningful way.
powerful
She
and
storms
dangerous
off crying,
figure.
and then her entire
Danger
extended
lends a
family
certain
walks out with
mystique,
her.
and
It
without
sounds like she didn't
mystique,
actually care
the
about
world
wedding,
would be a
but
very
instead
dim
just wanted
place.
attention. And that,
But
in my
turning
opinion,
people to
is
stone
honestly
at the
so
drop of a hat?
disrespectful. If you
Is
like
that
Am I
too
the
over
Jerk,
the
you're
top?
probably going to
And no
love
one
Am
wants
I
to be
the
around
Genius.
someone that
Check it
capricious.
out, link down
Okay,
below in the
I think I'll
description.
dial it
Also,
back
go
and
to
turn it into more of a vague
amythejerk.com/submit
warning.
if you would like to submit
Upon
your own
hearing this,
stories.
the
My
youngster
job
broke
schedules me
into
for
a
work
cold
despite the
sweat.
fact that I told
But
them I
then,
wasn't available.
the
And
mage's
after feeling
laughter
so
broke the
disrespected and
silence.
so absolutely ignored, I decided
Did
to
you
take
fall
matters into
for
my
it?
own hands
I
by
was
resigning on the
merely
spot and handing
joking.
in my keys.
These
And as a
statues are
result,
just
the
my
owners
way of
started to have
capturing
an
a certain
infighting
moment in
conflict between them,
time.
and with all things
Anyway,
considered, I feel
statues.
very satisfied
That's what I
walking
need your
away from
help
this
with.
toxic
The
job.
mage's
Here's what
lodge is
happened.
feeling a
Okay,
little
so I wanna
empty,
start off by
and I
saying
should like to
that
fill
I
the
quit my
space with some
job.
more
In August, I
adorable
was hired as a
companions.
full-time server for a new restaurant. It's an upscale Mexican place with genuinely good food and drinks, and I was excited to work there. It is owned by 3 brothers. The first one runs the server staff, the second
Well
one runs
then,
the
young one,
finances, and the other
now you
mostly
have
runs
learned of the
supermercado
troubles
next door.
faced by
During
this
my interview,
mage.
I mentioned that I
Nicola
would be a
Coco
full-time
requires your aid to build her sacred territory. The mage poured a cup of tea for her visitor.
And I became the
What say
primary
you?
closer. I agreed to 3 closings a week with a shift lead base pay and more responsibilities. I reminded them that in January, my availability was going to change.
Wait a
But they
minute.
said I could
Should we
keep
think
those
twice
shifts
before
as
going
lead
all in on
shifts
this?
for the
We
most
don't know
income
anything
possible
about this
while I was a
person.
student.
Yeah,
From October
she
to
seems
the
a
end
little
of
weird.
December, I closed 5 nights a week, almost
Although,
every single week.
having said
the money
that,
was great, but
this
I was starting
teacup
to burn
looks
out.
kinda
2 weeks
familiar.
ago, I noticed a catastrophic payroll error. I have since received about $750
Nicola
in
Coco.
back pay, and our finance manager has redesigned the system
Mage
to make
Anne?
sure that this
Nicole?
never happens again.
Correct.
He is a good dude,
What do you
and we
think
have
of
a
my
good working
story?
relationship, and this fact will be important later on.
Hard to
On Monday, the
say.
servers received a
not
series of
finished yet,
extremely
surely.
harsh and
What
unprofessional
happens to the
text
characters in the
messages,
end?
all coming from one of the
I
owners.
haven't
One
decided
of the
yet.
text messages
I need to
stated
renovate
that
my
if you
home
weren't
first.
available for the slow
Perhaps I'll have a
shifts, you
burst of
wouldn't get
inspiration
scheduled
after
for any of
that.
the busy shifts.
Anyway,
Now, at this
if you
point,
can
I'm
hear
not
my
worried.
voice,
I've had
I
multiple
assume that means you're
conversations where
currently a
I've been assured
Nodcry.
by more than one
In
owner
which
that
case,
I'm in the
could I
clear.
trouble
Well,
you to
that
gather
is
a few
until
things
yesterday.
for me?
The schedule gets posted and
Exactly.
I'm on it.
I'm
And I think
thinking
to
of building a
myself,
few
okay,
more
well, this is
statues to decorate
interesting.
my
I
home,
texted the
but
shift
I'm
lead
lacking
who does the
inspiration at the
schedule, and
moment.
she says she put me
So,
on it, but
I
it
was
changed
thinking you
before it
could
was
take some
approved and
photos
posted,
to give me
which
some
I find
ideas.
even more interesting.
Are you serious?
I texted the owner
All
asking
right,
for
then.
clarification
Leave it to
around
us.
the new scheduling policy,
Wait here.
and I was then
We'll
left
head out
on
and see what we can
red. School
find.
started, and
And
I'm a
remember
week into
to finish the
classes
story
on a
once the
giant new
statues are
campus
done.
I've never been to. This is stress I simply do not need. Everyone has a breaking point, and mine is when I go above and beyond and it is not recognized. So I decided to write a scathing letter denouncing the profit over people model and the lack of professionalism and dropped off my key. 2 hours later, I get a call from the finance guy, but I decide not to answer. He then leaves a voicemail, and I can tell he is lightly panicking. He wants to know if I'm willing to have a conversation and reassures me that I am an excellent employee. So I called him back and we talked about it for about 20 minutes. And it's right then that I find out that the owners did not decide on text messages together. The boys are fighting, and he asked if there's anything he could do to mend this relationship, and I simply told him no. I also told him that transparency about who decided the content of the text messages would really go a long way. He was nothing but apologetic and very sincere, and honestly, with all things considered, it honestly felt incredibly amazing. Good for the original poster for standing up for themselves and stepping away from a job that clearly did not respect them. Sure, they gave
Show no mercy!
shining example of how not to do business. And entitled Karen loses her mind after I go in front of her at the emergency room. And I've honestly never seen anybody more angry in my life. Here's what happened. Okay, so for context, one night at about midnight in August of 2023, I suddenly felt weak in the knees. And had to hold on to things
The rewards
to
of an
get up,
adventure
or
worth
I would
remembering.
uncontrollably lose my balance. I fell to my bedroom floor when getting out of the bed to feed my cat.
Hey, look
and when I
over
opened
there!
my eyes, I
Are
had
those
double
peaches?
vision. My mom said my pupils were tiny
they look
dots,
pretty
and I
lively,
felt
don't
an
they?
extreme aura around
Seems
my
like a good
head,
first
and I
photo.
felt nauseous and I had muscle spasms. I did not know what was happening, and it scared me a lot. I tried going back to sleep, but really I wanted to go to the emergency room because I felt like I was not going to make it through the night. The next morning, the mystery symptoms had subsided, and I was laying on the couch watching television while my mom had gone to an appointment to get her car fixed. I told her I was fine before she left, but an hour later,
Where
I
should we
started
go for the
feeling
next
symptoms
photo?
again. My friend that had stayed
Oh,
the night tried
we
to
saw a
assure me
squirrel
that it was
statue
just the
earlier,
bottle of
didn't we?
twisted tea I
Do you
had the
think
previous
Nicole
day,
likes
but
squirrels?
I wasn't convinced that a 12-ounce
Let's snap a
bottle
few
of
photos to take
5%
that.
alcohol volume would make me feel like I was not going to make it. I mean, I am not that much of a lightweight. So anyways, I called my mom and I told her I wanted to go to the ER, and she said to have me call my dad and ask him to take me instead. So I called my dad and he took me to the hospital. And I'm really sorry for the intro, but I promise you this is all very relevant. So we arrive at the emergency room, and after I check in, I see a lady with her 4 or 5-year-old son who apparently had a skin rash. Now, for context, he wasn't in anaphylactic shock or anything like that. It's just a case of dermatitis from an allergen or something like that. It really was not something that you needed to go to the ER for. So at first, this lady seemed fine when we engaged in some small talk, but it only spiraled from there. Apparently, she had been waiting for over an hour, and it was show. Her kid was getting antsy and was scratching his arm where the rash was located, and the Karen went from talking to her kid nicely, asking him not to scratch his arm, to straight up demanding that he's gonna stop scratching it right now. So I could tell that her Karen meter was certainly rising. Then her kid started running around and laughing, and she told him to sit down in an ugly tone, and of course he absolutely didn't. He then took his shoes off and continued running with his mother, and a couple employees were chasing him around the room. And it's right about here that this Karen's temper was at a critical level, so she shouted out, "If you don't sit down right now, we are leaving." And this was as if he was misbehaving at a toy store or something like that. Seriously,
Something to add to my
if it's
collection.
an emergency, why would you threaten to leave? Eventually, I get called into the office, and this entitled Karen jumps in front of me and starts yelling out, "No, I was here first." Now, the doctor was bewildered, and he signaled for me to keep going. So I inch past this Karen, and I watch her from the office. She just continued yelling and stuck her finger in the doctor's face. She was saying, "My son is having a severe reaction. I have been waiting for over an hour, and I was here first. If I don't get called in the next 20 minutes, I'm complaining." Now, honestly, I wish I could have recorded this, but I was afraid I would get in trouble, and I was afraid to look at my phone in case of my double vision.
Rise with the sun!
I always look back on that day and laugh extremely hard. Yeah, the Karen in that story was being completely weird. First of all, if you're going to take your kid to the emergency room, then trust me, it better be an emergency. So if you're going to be running around and laughing as if it's not an emergency, and then you threatening to be like,
Paimon
"Oh,
thinks
we're
that
gonna
would make a
leave if
pretty
you don't
fun
sit
statue."
down." It's like, for starters, he probably doesn't even need to be there, but also he probably doesn't want to be there, because I really believe that kid was probably fine, and whatever was going wrong with his skin was probably not bad enough to go to the hospital for. Am I the jerk for walking away from my sister-in-law after she mentioned and tried to bring up my adoption once again? Because right now I am really frustrated, and at this point I seriously don't know what to do. So my sister-in-law, as well as myself,
Some of these
are both
shots are pretty
adopted,
good,
and this
but
is my
you
husband's
didn't
younger
get any
sister.
from the
My
front.
sister-in-law was adopted
Let's wait for it
as
to
an
turn
infant,
around.
and I was adopted through foster care at the age of 7 officially. But I found my family at 6 years
that's
old.
the
My
one!
sister-in-law
That's
brought
the
up
money
us
shot.
both being adopted before and asked questions that I didn't mind answering. She hadn't realized I was adopted through foster care.
That was
and for a
scary.
while, she
Paimon
didn't
wasn't
think that we
expecting it to
had
jump us like that.
from very different
Go on, Traveler. You got this. Suffer the wrath of me.
Light it up! Rise with the sun! Pyroclastic surge! Burn it down!
Luscious moonlight.
Let's dance.
Get to work! Rise with the sun!
Branch into song with one heart.
Show no mercy. That should do it.
My sister-in-law
Paimon's kept all the pictures saved. Let's go back to see Nicole.
Start to bring up adoption again. So I just walked away without saying a word. I ignored her and I acted like she was not there. Well, this bothered her a lot. My mother-in-law and father-in-law told her that she should maybe let up and leave me be. But she has really come after my husband, saying I was rude and had no right to walk away from her like that. A couple of extended family members said that the sister-in-law was complaining so much that it literally spoiled the wedding, and that I should have handled the incident better. My husband said I did nothing wrong, but I hate the added drama from it. So honestly, am I the jerk in this situation? What should I do?
We're back.
No, you are definitely
That was
not
quick.
the jerk. Your
You two
sister-in-law
worked
is
very
acting insane.
fast.
Like, here's the thing. You both
it's
had
nothing.
different adoption situations. So for
how do
her
we
to
get
be
the
like,
photos
wow,
to
you need
you?
to see things from my
You
point
can
of
hold
view.
on to them
That,
for
in my
now.
opinion, is
I'll
really
be there in a
weird,
couple
and
of
honestly,
days.
it is
We
so
can talk more
uncalled
about the
for. And you would
statues
think
then.
after the first time of
Sure
you being
thing.
like, hey, I
See you
don't
in a
want to
couple
talk about
days.
this, as well as you basically shutting her down at like every pass. Like that alone would be enough for her to catch on and be like, okay, she doesn't want to talk about it, right? Only to then keep bringing this up at a wedding of all places. Like, come on. This lady sounds obnoxious, and it's almost like she's trying to force you to see things the way that she does now. That is seriously unfair for you, and I'm so sorry you're dealing with that. But I can confidently say that if I was in your shoes, I would have done the exact same thing. Because her behavior and entitled attitude in general is completely uncalled for, and you definitely do not deserve that in the slightest. Am I the jerk for not wanting to go back home to take care of my sick mother after she and her boyfriend kicked me
Just
out
who
of
I
the
wanted to
house
see.
the day after my high school graduation? Because right now, my mom's boyfriend is guilt-tripping me hard, and I now
I'm
seriously
delighted
don't
with the
know what to
photos
do.
you took.
Here's what happened.
Excellent
Okay,
source
so for a bit of
material.
context,
Now,
it was the
I have
day
all the
after
carving tools
graduation
ready
when
to
my
go.
mom and her
Would you like to
boyfriend
try it
told me
together?
that now that I was an
Carving
adult, I
tools?
had to move out
You mean
and find
these
a place of
blocks?
my own. Although it was unexpected,
That's right. The
my mom and
statues
I's
are inside the
relationship
stones.
changed drastically
All we
when
need to
her new
do is
boyfriend
remove
moved
any
in.
excess
I tried
material.
to make a good
To
impression
make things a
because I
little
wanted
easier
her
for
to be
you,
happy,
I've
but the
provided a
guy
guide
just
on
seemed
how
to
the
have an
carving
issue with
process
me.
works.
He convinced my mom
Allow me
start
to
charging
demonstrate.
me rent because I
First,
had a
we make
part-time
some
job
big,
while
bold
still in
cuts to
school,
carve
even
out the
though he
general
was
shape.
jobless and living off my mom. He would go into my room, go through my stuff, and use some of my things without
The
my
numbers on the
permission.
stones
He even
represent
broke
the
my
amount of
laptop
material
after
you
using
need to
it
keep
without
in a
asking
given
me
column.
first. But my
So,
mom saw nothing
first
wrong
we
with his
do this.
behavior and always took his
And
side.
then
She would yell
this.
at me anytime I would complain about how I didn't like him invading my privacy. And he seemed pretty pleased with himself when my mom kicked me out. Now,
Got
I
it?
didn't have enough
If
to
you
get a
carve the
place,
blocks
so
this
I
way,
survived
you
by
should be
sleeping on
able to
friends'
see the
couches
basic
as
form.
much as I could, all
Then,
the way up
you
until
just need
they
to
got
add
tired
some
of me
finishing
and I had to
touches,
sleep
and
outside at times.
voila.
Thankfully, I was able to get a second job through someone that I knew,
Wait,
and
what?
I was able to save
It's only
up, and I
changed in the
just
blink
moved
of an
into a new
eye.
place at the
How'd you
beginning
do
of this
that?
month, and this was after months
A
of not
great
having
mage doesn't
anywhere to
reveal
call
her
home.
secrets
Well, a
that
few days
easily.
ago, my mom's boyfriend
Just
reached out
behold
to me.
and
Apparently,
be
my mom had a
amazed.
stroke, and he tried
You got the
guilting
basic
me into
carving
moving
process
back to
down,
help
yes?
her out because
Focus
he got
on
a
that
job
and leave the
opportunity and
finishing
has to
touches to
move.
me.
Well, I
Much
declined,
obliged.
and I told him that unfortunately I'm
Alright,
too busy
let's
trying
give
to be an
this a
adult,
shot.
and it doesn't look like I can take time off of that schedule to do
What
that.
the-
Well, when I said
is
that,
way
he
more
hung up
difficult than the
phone,
one you
and
walked
now
us through.
I'm left wondering if I'm the jerk in this situation.
Oh,
Because right now, I
sorry,
seriously
sorry,
don't know
wrong
what to
one.
do. Honestly, this
That's
is a
the one
classic
I was
case
going
of
to
mess
work on.
around and then
Yours is
find
over
out,
here.
because your mom and her boyfriend
Well,
definitely
that's a
kicked you
relief.
out of the house when you had literally nowhere else to go. She reaped what she sowed, and this is literally her own problem right now. And you know what? I bet the boyfriend only wants you to come back to that house because he wants you to take care of her so he can dump her. He seems like the kind of person who would try to do that, and honestly, I would not blame you for not wanting to be around that. So truly, I'm so sorry for how you got treated, but with all things considered, I don't think you're the jerk for staying away. Because if they want to throw you out and kick you out of their lives, then you have every right to believe them and try and keep your distance. My son inherited a $70,000 car from his late grandfather, but as a result, the entire family is floored, furious that the rest of the grandkids didn't get something of equivalent value, causing me, as his parent, to rethink the entire situation. So now I'm requesting that my son sell this car off so that we can divide the money equally amongst all the grandkids. And if my son refuses to do so, I'm considering taking away his college money that I saved up for him and dividing that up amongst his sisters and cousins. And at this point, I'm trying to understand if I'm the jerk in this situation or if I'm justified in my reasoning, because at this point, I seriously don't know what to do. Okay, so my father passed away in December. He owned a classic car, and I believe it's a 50s Chevy Bel Air. My son, who is 17 years old, is the only grandson
Let's
he
go!
ever had. I
Do you
have
still
one
remember
sister
Nicole's
who has two
process?
daughters,
The
and I have
numbers
two daughters
represent the
along
amount
with
that
my
we need to
son.
keep
there are
per
5
column.
grandkids all in total.
So,
My
if the
dad
number
was
is
never much of
0,
a girls' guy.
that means
He
we gotta
always
remove the
got
whole
along with
thing.
the boys more
And
than the
if it
girls.
says
He and my
3,
son were very
that
close.
means we
So
just
when
mark
we
the whole
found
thing
out
as
that he
keep,
left the car
right?
to my son in his will, we were all definitely astonished. The rest of the grandkids got $4,000 each, but the vehicle is valued at over $70,000. When my sister found out, she was livid. And you know what? I'm unhappy about this as well. It's just blatantly unfair to his 4 other grandkids. I don't understand the legality of the situation because it was left to him, but he is currently underage. The car is currently held at my mom's house, and I don't know how to force him to sell it. But I think that is what should happen, and the money can be decided equally amongst the grandkids. That's honestly the way it should be. Now, my son is very upset about this. He says Grandpa left him the car, so it is his car. I have money saved up for his college, and I'm almost considering telling him that his college money will be divided up amongst his sisters and cousins if he refuses to sell the car. So am I the jerk for wanting my son to sell this car? What should I do? Yes, 100%, you are definitely the jerk. To start things off, I cannot believe you gave your son an ultimatum. You're seriously considering saying, oh, you have to sell the car, or else all your college money is going to your siblings and cousins? Like, seriously, what is wrong with you? That is so uncalled for. Like, I get that you guys are upset about this, and you're really furious that the grandfather left this expensive car with your son, but that is legitimately the truth of the matter.
We just need
He
Nicole
left it
to
with
add
him,
the
so
finishing
car
touches.
literally is his.
You got rid of
if you
all
wanna
the
be mad at
extraneous stone,
anybody,
yes?
be mad at your
Let me take a
father
look.
for doing this to all of the grandkids. It is not your son's fault that he inherited this car. Like, seriously, why is it so bad to just let him have this car? If he wants to sell it, then he can do that himself. But to deny him this inheritance all because you think it's unfair, that, in my opinion, is obscene, and that definitely makes you the jerk. Because I know if I was in your son's shoes and my parents tried to pull this on me, I would be utterly furious and so betrayed. Especially
Major's
considering
Lodge.
the relationship your
get
son
there?
had with his grandfather. My entitled manager
Is this the
stealing
power
all
of a
tips from
mage?
all the servers
The young
at the
visitor's
restaurant
voice
I
was
work
filled
at.
with
But after
wonder.
hearing everybody complain
I am
about not
truly
getting their tips on
amazed.
time, as well as their paychecks not reflecting
Finally,
that
the
pay
story
difference, I
continues.
decided to do
So,
some investigating.
what happened to
and
the
take
mage
things
and her
into my
young
own
visitor?
hands. Here's what happened.
They lived
So I
happily
wanna
ever
start off by
after.
saying that I've worked in
The
restaurants
end.
for my entire adult life, and I've seen just about every single tipping arrangement you could even imagine. From tip jars split between employees by shift, to serving tables with tip outs for bussers, bartenders, and other people
Tough
involved,
customers,
or even
huh?
digital tips spread
Well,
throughout checks
if you're
exactly
that
by the
eager to
hours
hear
that you
it,
worked.
I
If you can
suppose
think of
I'll take it
I've
from the
probably
top.
experienced it. In
All
December,
my
I became
heart
a manager at a
desires
chain
now
corporation
is to
that
make
does low
your
amounts of
wishes
business at this
mine,
particular
said the young
location.
man.
Right now, it's just me, the
Those
franchise owner
words
who
won
just
him the
bought the
full
location
attention
in
of the
November,
great
and
mage
about 8
Nicola
other part-time
Coco.
employees, and it's mostly younger high school first job
But just
type of
as they had
people.
started
It's a very
warming up to
small
one
staff.
another, a
According to
group
the
of
younger staff,
uninvited
they used
guests
to see on
stormed
their
in,
paychecks their hourly
seized
wage
the
and
mage,
hours worked,
and
as well
absconded
as a
with
separate
her.
section for credit card tips. Well, ever since the new owner took
As the
over,
youngster
those
stood there
credit
in
card tips
shock,
have not appeared
a
on
new
their
mage
checks,
by the
only
name
their
of
hourly
Alenus
wage.
appeared.
Since starting my position,
She signed a
for the most
contract with
part,
the
I have
youngster,
completely taken
bestowing
over
the
back
power of
house and
magic
kitchen
upon them.
operations. Although, instead of actually logging an order or an inventory account into a computer myself, he simply has me
But
record
after
the
making
order
it through a
on paper, and he
grueling
inputs
training
the order
program,
himself.
they
I
would
have
come
no
to
access
discover
to any of the
another
manager functions
conspiracy
on our back-of-house
operating
systems,
in the
besides being able to print
background.
labels for food items. In terms of cash
As it turned
handling,
out,
I tend
the
to work
great
in the morning,
mage
so
Nicola
I have
Coco
only been
was an
responsible for
alien
making sure the
entity.
drawer is counted and
Her
balanced
true
at the start of the
identity
shift.
was the
But either
first
he or
daughter of
another
King
employee has
Meowtress,
always handled
the third
checkouts.
of
He
Planet
instructs
Meow.
employees to simply get the drawer balanced to about $200, and then any and everything more than that is the deposit.
She had come disguised as a mage, as part of a secret plot to trick the entire world into worshipping Planet Meow.
I have had several conversations
Oh,
with
great
employees
mage!
about tips, and they're
Have you been
wondering where
lying
they
to me
go.
all this
And
while?
frankly, most of them seem confused
The
and
youngster's
slightly
voice
upset
trembled
about it,
as
but
their
haven't
heart
said
began
anything
to break.
him or felt like they could do anything
Leave
about
me.
it. However, our
War
minimum
is
wage
destined to
just
break
raised to
out between our
$15,
planet and
so they
yours.
all just got a
We were
raise by
foes from the
default,
very
so I think they're
start.
just distracted and happy about that.
The mage
Despite
turned
that
her face
raise,
away,
these employees have
refusing
not
to
been
let
receiving
anyone see
any
the
of credit
tears
card
welling
tips
up in
that
her
customers
eyes.
leave for months. And mind you,
But
this
the
is a
youngster
fairly
bravely
well-known
reached
and
out
nationwide
and grabbed
chain.
her by
I
the
have been
arm,
conflicted about what
swearing
do
to
about
never
this,
leave
and
her.
I've started to blatantly tell some
Moved by this
customers,
display
and
of
they've even
passion,
told others.
the
But when
mage
speaking to the
decided to
owner, I'm
rebel.
focused on making a good impression on
But in
my
that
boss,
moment,
so I don't bring it
Alenus,
up,
who had
but
once
instead, I
aided the
just have a
youngster,
long conversation
now
about the
took the
needs and
side of the
status
king.
kitchen. I've been struggling for a while, and the
Alenus
job
had
has
been
been a
Meowtress
blessing.
III's
Even for the
second
bad pay and
daughter
stolen
all
tips,
along.
I can't afford to lose
She
it.
had only
But I
helped
also
the
want to do
youngster
right
in the
thing and
hopes
make
that
sure
her
these
sister
employees
might be
get
in decided to treason, thus giving her the chance to usurp Nicola's place in the line of succession.
For him 3 nights this week, which means I was responsible for the checkouts. When I counted the drawer and separated the deposit, I entered the
Anyway,
deposit amount.
that's the gist of it. In the end, the youngster, who by this point had turned into a cat, worked with the mage to successfully foil the king's plot. Then, they returned to the mage's lodge together and lived happily ever after in peace and quiet. The end.
Yet none of them see any of that and are blindly adding the tips to the cash deposit because the owner has instructed them that anything and everything overbalancing the drawer goes into the deposit. So instead of doing that,
that can't be helped. All creations escape the controlling grasp of their creator eventually. We angels are a case in point. Once, we were tasked with guiding human beings, but because some of us chose a different path, our entire race was punished. If even the heavenly principles can't fully control their own creations, what chance do I stand? Fate is always inevitable, and yet, I still hope I can guide those I meet towards a happy ending to their tale. That applies to characters in my stories as well. Anyway, the story's over now, and I'm running a little low on energy. Next time I've got a good story to tell, I'll share it with you, alright?
For a long time today, getting their opinions on everything. And I even spoke anonymously with the Department of Labor about what to do, while giving little details besides the state I work in, just so I could decide my actions carefully. Unfortunately, according to the Department of Labor, if I file an official complaint, it will take 3 to 4 weeks to process to the higher-ups, and they will make a decision on its validity first, and then if it's valid, basically choose whether they have the resources to pursue this and send someone out to our location. Or if they decide they don't have the resources, they will simply advise me to seek a private attorney to represent me in a case against the business. Now, sadly, I can't afford a private attorney to take this anywhere, and I suspect the reason their resources are divided so thin is because the minimum wage was raised to $15 an hour this month. And cases such as these are popping up all over the place as business owners shrewdly adapt. But hopefully this all goes well because trust me, I am feeling very anxious. Yeah, that's an awful thing for that owner to do because seriously, the way they're acting is completely out of line. Like they're literally lying to their employees and taking all the tips. So the fact that you went in there and tried to make things right, in my opinion, is a great thing. And hopefully you be the cause of some kind of change in this restaurant because stealing tips from your employees is such a low thing to do. And honestly, this needs to change sooner than later. If you like Am I the Jerk, you're probably going to love Am I the Genius. Check it out, link down below in the description. Also, go to amithejerk.com/submit if you would like to submit your own stories. Am I the jerk for telling my in-laws that if they want a grandchild, then they should give my wife her inheritance now, just so we could afford to have a child in our lives? Here's what happened. So basically the title says it all. My in-laws want their only child to start pumping out grandchildren. Now my wife is 28 years old and just finished her PhD, so she wants to get established in her career before we start having a family. My in-laws know how much money I make, and they know that we could live comfortably off of my earnings. But that isn't what my wife wants. She has worked her butt off to get where she is, and she wants to reap the rewards of her hard work. She also says that once she is working, then I can cut back on my hours as a welder, and I can actually relax. I have been working since I was 15 years old, so literally half my life. I make a very good living in return for a lot of fairly hard work, and I have supported my wife with her education. She will graduate without any student loans.
Nanina's covering the north, so we'll have Laurent take the east. Right, that's all for now.
Before we start our family. But unfortunately, over Christmas, the in-laws just wouldn't drop it. But eventually, I finally snapped.
Honorary knight? Paimon? What brings you to my camp?
Us for her education. They could further pay for her salary that she would give up, and when she returned to work,
not at all. Any camp of the Knights of Favonius is your camp too. So make yourself at home. Though you should give me a heads up next time so I can have the quartermaster break out the good stuff for you.
But I asked them
Is
how
this
they
really
expected
the
us to afford
Expeditionary
it.
Forces
I said that if
camp?
it really was what they
Paimon
wanted,
was
they could just
expecting it
give
to be
her
a
the
bit
inheritance that
more
would be coming her way now
crowded?
instead of later.
Not
Well,
many
when
from
I
the
said
force
that,
are still
they got
stationed
all
here.
offended
And
said
of those
that it
who
is not
are,
hers
most
until
are out
they don't
patrolling.
need it anymore.
Truth
My
be
wife asked
told,
me to drop it, and she has tried
it is a
dozens
bit of a
times to
ghost
explain
town.
to her parents as to why we are deciding to wait.
We're
but
also
they just
gathering all the
ignore her.
Abyss-related
They
intel
ignore
we
what
can.
want for our lives.
Situation in
Well,
Nodcry
ever
is
since
stable for
Christmas, they
now,
have been
but
very
we
cold
must
to
remain
us. They
vigilant.
seem to think that
You
I
never
was a
know when the
rude
Abyss
jerk
will
for
come
pointing
roaring
out the
back.
cost of what they were
Intelligence
asking
is the
for.
foundation
A lot
of
her
any
family agreed with
campaign.
them that I
It's
went
not
too
just
far in
enemy
asking them to
movements.
pay if they wanted
Terrain
the
or shifts in the
grandchild.
weather can mean the
Honestly,
difference
I kinda
between
need to
victory
know,
and
am I the
defeat.
jerk in this scenario?
Moving
Because at this
forward,
point, I am
we plan to
seriously
form a
unsure of what to
long-term
do.
partnership
No,
with the
I don't think
Northern
they're a jerk at
Intelligence
all. I
Network.
think the in-laws in
Turn this
situation
temporary
were
camp
really out of
into an
line.
intelligence
They were
station.
acting obnoxious about your wife getting pregnant, and this is in a way that was a lot more intrusive than I would personally feel comfortable with. Like, I can understand like the occasional comment of like, "Hey, when are we gonna have
As if.
grandkids?" or
Name
something
one
like
book
that,
with a
but it
camp
sounds
this
like
lightly
this was
defended
way
in
more
it.
intense than it should have been. And that's
During
just
these
not
years
fair
out
for
on
you or your
campaign,
wife.
we've found that
Also, the
different
life
abyssal
plan that you
disasters
guys
are
have makes
occurring
a lot
all
of
over
sense in my
Teyvat.
opinion. She
They're
literally
unnaturally
just got her
cunning,
PhD,
always
and she wants to
shifting,
get a job
with no
before she
two
has
attacks
kids.
quite going
Like,
off the
if I went
same.
through all that hard
I hope
work
to use
and
the
then all of
Northern
a sudden had a
Intelligence
kid
Network
out
to
of
share
nowhere
our
that
findings,
prevented me from getting
and
a
use
job
that
in
collaboration to
field,
keep
I would be
gathering
pretty
information on the
disappointed that I don't
Abyss.
have time to work
This
on my
isn't
craft.
any one
So
nation's
no, I don't
burden.
think you're the jerk for
Every
basically
day,
putting them in
countless
place
winds blow
because you
through
shined a very
Nodcry.
bright light on
I'd
the
say
way
that
they're
makes it the
acting towards you
perfect place
guys.
to
And
set up an
hopefully, as a
outpost.
result, their attitude eases up in the
Oh,
future.
so
I got
that's
fired
why.
twice in a row with very little
So
to
this
no
is chivalry in
explanation. And after
action.
racking my head and trying to figure out if
Well,
I did something
chivalry's
wrong,
good
I
and
am
all, but
seriously
in
confused,
reality,
and at this point, I
we've only
seriously
just
don't know what to
established
do.
this
Here's what
station,
happened.
and don't even
So
have a
I've
good
worked
map of the
in
nearby
restaurant
terrain.
industry as a server for
If you
several
stumble across any
years.
building
I've had
materials
few
or
to no
intel nearby,
problems and was valued
don't
by
forget to
my
bring them back with
employers.
you.
Recently, I moved to
Rest
New York City,
assured,
where I
you're
trained
our
with one
honorary
restaurant for
knight.
2 weeks and
We'll look
opened
after
with
you.
them. But then 2 days later, after opening, they fired
One
me.
expedition
It was
wraps
super out
up,
of left field,
another
and I was not
begins.
expecting it at all. Throughout the training, I mastered the menu, and most days they
Your
praised
Grandmaster!
me. They said
We've
it
got
was
big
both
trouble,
due to
sir.
not needing people
Oh,
and my
what is it?
performance. I asked them if they could provide any insight
That
as to where
important
I fell
guest we were
short so I could
expecting
implement
today?
changes in my
He's
next
trapped at the foot of the
position,
mountain.
but they were never really
What?
able to provide me
Is
with
it
any of this
who I think it
information.
is?
I got a new position, worked there for a few
Yes,
weeks,
sir,
and
it's
an
him.
incident happened
Most of
where
our
some
available
entitled
manpower
woman
is tied
wanted
up
to
in
stay
patrols.
past their time
Who do we
at the
reassign?
table, and this is when we had a reservation
No need.
coming in.
Just point me in the
But
right
when I
direction. I'll
politely
handle it
asked them if they
myself.
could move to the
Honorary
bar,
knight,
they talked to
Paimon,
the owner,
till
and
next
I was
time.
fired again. So the same thing happened. They called and they fired me, and I asked why, and they said the exact same thing. And when I
Paimon's
asked if
never
there was
seen
anywhere
Barky
that I
so
fell
nervous.
short, they alluded that
Now
there were
she's
some
curious
things,
who that
but
guest
again,
is.
they didn't give me any specifics. I even asked them several
Yeah,
times,
that's
just
probably
wanting
it.
to know where I
Let's
needed to
follow him and see
improve
if he
to
needs
prevent
help.
this from happening again. So at this point, I'm really just trying to figure out if there is something that I am not thinking of that is causing this to happen. Finding jobs here is a nightmare, plus the training periods where you're hardly even getting paid. I'm confident that it is not revolving around my personality. I'm very kind and I'm accommodating, and I got along great with all of my coworkers. I never missed any shifts, and I was always on time. Plus, I'm 100% sober, so that is definitely not an issue. I also never butt heads with anyone and very rarely messed up any orders. Of course, in being new to any restaurant, there were some growing pains, but nothing out of the ordinary. The only thing I can think of is maybe that they were looking at sales or something like that.
Help!
Not that I think mine
Please
were low,
help
I just
me!
can't fathom any other reason. Also, why would there be something that they all refuse to tell me? It is honestly so strange, and at this point, I seriously don't know what to do.
I'll protect us.
Like for the first
Hey,
place, I'm
are you
willing to
okay?
assume they just hired too many people, and you're just
I'm
one of the
fine.
people that got the short end of the stick. And sure,
Good
that
thing you guys
definitely
showed up so
sucks
fast.
sometimes,
But I might not have made it by
unfortunately, that is
sundown.
just something that happens. As for the second place, I think you
Praise
really should
be.
have brought that to a manager,
Our
even though, in my
essential
opinion, I don't think you
supplies
did
made it
anything
through
wrong.
safe
So I think
and
regardless, I
sound.
wouldn't let this shake you up too much, because I really think
What
these are
kind of
just freak
supplies are
accidents
that
and that they're not
important?
connected in any kind of way. Because if you really are doing all the positive
Good
things that you're
eye.
mentioning, then
This
eventually
here
you'll find
is
a
the
job that will treat
dandelion
you well.
wine we specially ordered from Dawn Winery. Pure Mondstadt in a bottle.
You have no idea what it took us to get it here, all the way from there.
Ha! And a fine job you did. You're drinking with us at the feast tonight. Whole camp's been looking forward to toasting you.
So, the only reason you were in a hurry was to make sure the drinks got there in time? And here Paimon thought you were finally being serious about something serious!
What's that? Are you saying drinking isn't the most serious of serious business? Because I'd love to have a drink right about now.
Wait! Please, wait a second. Now is not a good time.
Yeah! Listen to him! First, you gotta take care of the serious...
This is a custom brew. It needs to be kept constantly rolling to prevent settling and keep its flavor. Having sat for so long, I'd say the taste is degraded by at least 10%.
10%? Unacceptable! Nobody touches a drop till it's ready.
Okay, you do you then.
We specially commissioned someone to build a mechanism that keeps the barrels rolling. Looks like it broke in the fall, though. So now, I guess we'll have to rely on old-fashioned muscle power.
So we just keep whacking the wooden barrels and roll them to their destination? Sounds like some good old Knights of Favonius strength training. Guy teaches force control and precision. Need both, or the barrel won't stay true to the path. It's basic training for many knights. Keen on basic drills, are we? Well, Laurent and the others won't be back for a while. Right then, all yours. Don't worry about knocking him a bit too far. Just holler and I'll toss him back into place.
He said I was gaslighting him and that lately I've been acting awful and rude towards him. He said for me to have a good day and to feel better and that he's not dealing with any of this garbage.
Back when I was training Noelle, she'd blast the barrels to splinters the second she got nervous. Couldn't stop her from cleaning up the whole mess herself afterward. Over time, she became the finest cleaner in the Knights, bar none. She might not have realized it, but that's progress too.
And instead, he's focusing on something you didn't even say. Like you very clearly sampled your words, and it's honestly not that big of a...
First time I did this training with Razor, it took us an entire day to finish. Know why? He spent a quarter of the day rolling the barrels, and the other 3/4 trying to figure out what the heck I was talking about.
Some kind of excuse to blame you for the relationship or something like that. I mean, I don't know. If I was with someone for 4 years and
Jean and Albedo once sat me down to have a serious discussion about whether or not the Spark Knight needed to take part in basic training like this. A Knight's basic training helps build character. But since the Spark Knight's still so young, I decided to get her opinion. She happily brought her bombs to the training grounds. And so we reached a consensus. We won't discuss the matter again until she's a bit older.
Okay, to start things out, last year I purchased a property from the estate of a couple who owned it for about 40+ years. As they got older, they spent less and less time there. And by the time they
Paimon's hands are sore just from watching you. There's gotta be an easier way, right?
And it was in need of some serious tender loving care because of the woods and the distance between the lines.
Come to think of it, you haven't met Rowan yet, have you? Kid's so used to doing things his way, he didn't even show up when it was time for the training. Asked him about it later. He said he went to poke a hornet's nest full of monsters, and as for barrel drills, he didn't think targets that wouldn't hit back were worth his time.
Something else large by myself and my dog in, and because of
Grandmaster! Honorary
I decided to close the gates. Now, by doing so, I cut off access to the lake through my property, and it appears the neighbors have been using my entryway.
They're back! They're back! Everyone, fall in and give them a proper welcome!
Wow, we're this popular? Paimon feels like blushing.
How the wind carries that scent from afar! Sweet Barbados, it's true! Dandelion wine!
A special brew from Dawn Winery to boot. They're back. All my precious memories, they're all flooding back.
Oh. So, the welcome isn't for us, is it?
Yes, this is it! This is the taste! It's just how I remembered it. Amazing! After all these years!
I was starting to think I'd already forgotten the taste of a good Dawn Winery vintage. If the taste hasn't changed, then my home back in Springvale probably hasn't changed either, right? Thank you, Honorary Knight.
That's enough. Put a cork in it, everyone. Barrels stay sealed until everyone's back. Let's finish the party prep in the meantime.
Oh, yes, sir. On it, sir.
Like I said, drinking is the most serious of serious business.
Oh, sticky honey roast, sweet madams. Paimon never thought she'd get to eat such authentic Mondstadt dishes out here. Wait, where's Vorka? Anyone seen him? He's not passed out drunk in a ditch somewhere, is he? Okay, Paimon will catch up when she finishes.
So, what's the hero who saved our savior and brought it back to camp doing in a corner like this? Truth is, what I've got in my cup is the most special of special brews. It can only be drunk alone. But since you've caught me, nothing for it. Here, have a cup. Got me. Just a joke. Not a drop of liquor on me right now. If you're thirsty for a real drink, go find Yumeni later. She's got plenty in stock. A camp always needs to have one sober soul to guard their drunk comrades from things that go bump in the night. Those have been my standing orders since this expedition started. Rotten luck, eh? Just so happens that tonight, it's my turn to be that sober soul. So, on this night when they're all drunk, I can't be. Who knows? Maybe fate just gets a kick out of messing with us. If it had come one day later, maybe I'd have been down there guzzling wine to my heart's content. But if it had come but one day later, maybe you'd have passed the camp by, missed the feast, never even had this chance to talk. Nobody can say what choices lead to what outcomes until the time comes. Just like when I decided to lead this expedition out of Mondstadt. Never imagined I'd make it this far. That's how it turned out, aye. But when we marched, all I knew was this. An abyssal storm was brewing up north, one that threatened to scour all of Teyvat. It took us some time to mobilize, but where would the enemy appear? What form would they take? That was all a complete mystery to us when we set out. All we could do was gather intel as we marched, preparing for every contingency. Ha! Quick study, aren't you? Alas, the enemy won't sit around twiddling their thumbs while we finish preparing. Every hour we hesitated, the abyss was devouring the lives of countless people. The sooner we marched, the sooner we could change their fates. That was all the intel we needed to launch this expedition. None of that formality, honorary knight. And you're no different. Your journey's also changed many people's fates. Be it Mondstadt back then, Dvalin, or Nodcry now, the expeditionary force, even my fate too. The fact that we can sing around the bonfire, drinking and thinking about the future, none of that could have happened without your arrival, traveler. Ha! Who's to say? Fate's fickle and hard to fathom after all. But as long as you're alive, there's hope. The wine we didn't drink tonight, we can have tomorrow. The lads will save my share. As long as we're still breathing, tomorrow will bring more wine and laughter. So cheers to tomorrow, to hope.
The route for this patrol. Looks good to me. The rewards of an adventure worth remembering. Burn it down!
Receive my blessing.
Let the show begin.
Get to work! Rise with the sun!
You poor little...
Something to add to my collection. Phew. Phew.
Get
glaube, wo da drüben, da auf der Brücke, wenn man dann lang geht, an dem Wagen, ist eine Weltenquest. Und das ist die Quest, die dann dieses... Wenn ich die fertig habe, die das Auge da zerstört.
Let's dance! Branch into song by the Frostman of old.
Light of the blazing sun! Incinerate! Rev the engines! Get to work!
Let the show begin.
Lolene, he's Papa! Get him!
Burn it down!
Leave this place.
This will be a productive...
You poor lost one. Let's dance.
Laid bare. Everlasting as the moon. Transfixed.
Lush as the moonlight. Let the show begin. Hi.
Show no mercy! You two! Time to end them!
For the everlasting forest.
Laid bare. This is where you fall.
Leave this place.
Transfixed.
Ah, something with which to commemorate this occasion.
Branch into song. Let's dance.
Fulfill our pact! the show begins.
What greater pleasure is there than the unexpected? An impressive bounty. impressive bounty.
Bis gleich, ich mache erstmal eine Pause.
Something you wish to report? Go on. You have my undivided attention. Staring into my eyes is ill-advised. I can't promise you'll like what you see. What could the children be up to? Never mind. Let them do as they please. Something you wish to report? Go on. You have my undivided attention. What could the children be up to? Never mind. Let them do as they please. Something you wish to report? Go on. You have my undivided attention. Staring into my eyes is ill-advised. I can't promise you'll like what you see. Something you wish to report? Go on. You have my undivided attention. Staring into my eyes is ill-advised. I can't promise you'll like what you see. What could the children be up to? Never mind. Let them do as they please. Staring into my eyes is ill-advised. I can't promise you'll like what you see. What could the children be up to? Never mind. Let them do as they please. Staring into my eyes is ill-advised. I can't promise you'll like what you see. What could the children be up to? Never mind. Let them do as they please. Something you wish to report? Go on. You have my undivided attention. What could the children be up to? Never mind. Let them do as they please. Something you wish to report? Go on. You have my undivided attention. Staring into my eyes is ill-advised. I can't promise you'll like what you see. What could the children be up to? Never mind. Let them do as they please. Staring into my eyes is ill-advised. I can't promise you'll like what you see. Something you wish to report? Go on. You have my undivided attention. Staring into my eyes is ill-advised. I can't promise you'll like what you see. What could the children be up to? Never mind. Let them do as they please. Staring into my eyes is ill-advised. I can't promise you'll like what you see. Something you wish to report? Go on. You have my undivided attention. What could the children be up to? Never mind. Let them do as they please. Staring into my eyes is ill-advised. I can't promise you'll like what you see. What could the children be up to? Never mind. Let them do as they please. Something you wish to report? Go on. You have my undivided attention. What could the children be up to? Never mind. Let them do as they please. Something you wish to report? Go on. You have my undivided attention. What could the children be up to? Never mind. Let them do as they please. Staring into my eyes is ill-advised. I can't promise you'll like what you see. Something you wish to report? Go on. You have my undivided attention. Staring into my eyes is ill-advised. I can't promise you'll like what you see. Something you wish to report? Go on. You have my undivided attention. What could the children be up to? Never mind. Let them do as they please. Staring into my eyes is ill-advised. I can't promise you'll like what you see. Something you wish to report? Go on. You have my undivided attention. What could the children be up to? Never mind. Let them do as they please. Staring into my eyes is ill-advised. I can't promise you'll like what you see. Something you wish to report? Go on. You have my undivided attention. Staring into my eyes is ill-advised. I can't promise you'll like what you see. Something you wish to report? Go on. You have my undivided attention. What could the children be up to? Never mind. Let them do as they please.
Have to come down to the door 5 times a day. Even though the summer season has come and gone, I'm still getting a steady barrage of notes and voicemail messages telling me that access to the lake is grandfathered in as the previous owners allowed it, and it's been going on forever. These letters and voicemails are coming from 2 houses specifically, a woman in her 50s and a couple about the same age. They claim they represent the rest of the neighborhood as well as the homeowner association, which, by the way, when I purchased my property, there wasn't a single thing about neighborhood covenants or an actual organized homeowners association. Sometimes the letters and the voicemails take on a more formal approach. Other times they're just informing me of how bad of a person I am for ruining the neighborhood. My attorney assures me this claimed easement is absolutely not a thing, but these are people I'll presumably be living nearby for a long time, and I would prefer to be at least on neutral terms. So is there a way for me to deal with this that I might be missing? Because at this point, I honestly don't know what to do. Honestly, your neighbors sound awful. Like, they seriously assume just because they've been trespassing on the old owner's property for how long now? What, 10 years? They can now have that supposed right given back to them with a new owner? Like, what is going on here? There is literally a new owner of the property, and if the original poster says no, you can't go through my yard to get to the lake, then that's that. Find another way to get down there. If it really was grandfathered in that they should have access, then that probably should have been explained when you bought the property. Like, they would have straight up told you, hey, you can get this house, but people have a legal right to drive through your yard and go down to the lake by your house. Now, I don't know about you, but if I knew that before buying this property, there's no way I would buy it in the first place. I wouldn't want people driving through my yard, especially if I had a dog like the original poster. And you know what? The way these people have been acting as a collective is so inappropriate. They've been rude and aggressive. They've been ganging up on you just because you're the new person in the neighborhood, and they're acting like they can push you around based on their own trespassing from before you got there. So honestly, I really hope this all gets worked out, because these people that you live by sound incredibly entitled, and I know if I was in your shoes, I would not want to deal with that in the slightest. My entitled Karen upstairs neighbor blocks both of my parking spots that I rent out by parking her station wagon there for over 4 months while she's out of the country. So I decided to get revenge by covering her car in dog poop for nearly 3 months. And as a result, when this lady came back, she not only ended up moving, but she was also forced to sell her car off as it was just so disgusting. And I've honestly never felt better about getting revenge in my life. Here's what happened. 15 years ago, I was living in a very large and expensive city in what had once been the servants' quarters of an extremely large Victorian house. The house was broken up into apartments that progressively grew larger and nicer as you went up, but I lived on the bottom floor with my significant other. After being there for about a year, we got a new upstairs neighbor, which ended up being not so great. Both my significant other and I worked in the hospitality industry, and as a result, we kept late hours but tried to keep it respectful with coming and going in the wee hours of the morning and night. My upstairs neighbors worked normal human hours, and when she wasn't working, she seemed to always be talking on speakerphone, as well as pacing around in heels on the hardwood floors. I've had neighbors with much schedule was very inconvenient for her. Lots of complaints about the noise we made, the hours that we kept, as well as complaints about my dog, and kind of anything else that you could imagine. The landlord mostly liked us, so it never went too far, but still annoying. We probably could have coexisted like that for years, but one night I got back from work, and there was a strange station wagon parked diagonally across both of our alley parking spaces, making it impossible to park even one other car there. One of the perks of having the least impressive of all the building's apartments was 2 parking spaces that the landlord included with our lease. He was really good about keeping other tenants from parking there, and we really appreciated it since parking in the neighborhood was expensive and not easy to find around the building. Everyone in the building was very well aware those spots belonged to us. We had occasionally let other people in the building park there if they were going out of town, or if they didn't mind being blocked in, like if they were out of town but leaving their car. We mostly commuted via bike, so usually both of our cars were there, but on this particular evening, we had both been using our vehicles. We figured someone had parked there on accident and they would be back soon. But 2 hours later, the car was still there, so I called the landlord to see about getting it towed. Well, the landlord showed up and told us it was the upstairs neighbor's car and that she had left the country for the next 4 months. He also refused to tow the car because she was a tenant and he had no actual spine. So for 4 whole months, we were going to have to pay to park 2 cars. And every single time I had to take my dog out for a walk, I had to walk right past her car. And overall, this was honestly so enraging. And I've got to be honest, I was tempted to do some awful things. I wanted to slash the tires. I wanted to break the windshield and key the car. I wanted to put sugar in the gas tank. I mean, you name it, I honestly thought about it. But I also did not want to get in any legal trouble. And I definitely did not want to stack up even more bills on top of what is already going to be an expensive situation. So I thought to myself, what on earth do I do? How can I express my boundless rage without committing an actual crime? Well, about 3 weeks in, when I was out with my dog, and while I was passing her car, I basically saw red. Before I even realized what I was doing, I was smearing the dog droppings that I had just picked up all over the door handles, laughing like a lunatic. And after I did that, I kind of felt better. So you know what? I just kept doing it. That's right, for almost 3 months, every single time I took my fairly large dog out to drop a deuce in the neighborhood, I rubbed all of it on that station wagon. And I got pretty creative with it as well. I made sure I got the door handles, the grill, the windshield wipers, crevices around the windows and sunroof, all up in the side mirrors and cracks in the doors, as well as the little gutters on the roof, as well as the locks and into the gap around the hood. I mean, if you could get to it without breaking in, I got to it and it was chock full of dog droppings. And since my city was pretty famous for its rainfall, the excess was regularly rinsed off, which hid away the absolutely incredible amount of dog droppings that was all up in that car, while also helping a dog dropping slurry get deep in the crevices and cracks. It was absolutely disgusting, and honestly, I felt pretty proud of myself. Now, I wasn't there to see her get into the car for the first time. I mean, neither of us really were, but I do know that I got home one night and the car was finally moved. She never spoke to or even made eye contact with either of us ever again. But I did see the car with a for sale sign around the neighborhood for several months before she moved out. That is seriously some disgusting but well-needed revenge in my opinion, because that lady seriously did that on purpose. Like, who in their right mind would park their car like that and then leave you on the lurch to have to pay for parking around the neighborhood? Like, that's not fair at all. You pay for those spots, and that landlord absolutely should have towed that car away. Like, that is literally his duty to make sure those spots are accessible. Otherwise, he should reimburse you for having to pay for it. So truly, with all things considered, good for you for getting back at this weird entitled Karen, because her behavior was absolutely unacceptable. And the fact that you had to put up with that in the first place is honestly completely mind-blowing. If you like Am I the Jerk, you're probably going to love Am I the Genius. Check it out, link down below in the description. Also, go to amithejerk.com/submit if you would like to submit your own stories. Am I the jerk for turning my wife's family away at the door on Christmas after they violate our boundaries by bringing a dog to our house? Here's what happened. Okay, so for a bit of context, my wife and I have been together for more than a decade. In that time, her family has been awesome. The only exception to this are my wife's paternal aunt and uncle. The two have a tendency to do really odd things and then act like it's all just normal. For instance, a few years ago, they stood up during the middle of a family dinner, raised their hands like a ref holding up a a champion boxer's hand and announced that they were moving to the lake before sitting down. Now, there was no mention of what lake this was and no additional context. I mean, there was literally nothing. And only after what felt like an eternity, as we all stared at each other awkwardly, my wife's father asked which lake, which prompted his sister to begin bawling her eyes out and screeching about how we weren't being supportive. More recently, my wife and I bought a house in the same city as her parents, and so for the first time, we decided to host Christmas. The grandparents and parents are getting old, and we thought it would be a nice gesture. We made sure to send the invites a month in advance and followed up by text message with everyone who said they were coming. The only thing we asked though was that people not bring their pets. My wife has absolutely terrible dog allergies, which is to her own dismay as she desperately wants to foster a dog. Meanwhile, her aunt and uncle have a history of doing things like showing up with a literal pack of dogs they happen to be pet sitting last minute for. Now, I need to make sure that this is understood. The email was very clear on all of this. Well, cue Christmas Day, with my wife's aunt and uncle showing up 2 hours late while also walking up their brand new Mastiff. When I opened the door, the dog started going nuts and howling, while her uncle scolded it to stop. I tried to politely explain that this wasn't acceptable and that they needed to leave, but my wife's aunt started crying and screaming about how mean I was being. Eventually they left.
Staring into my eyes is ill-advised. I can't promise you'll like what you see.
And friends. I'm not on Facebook, but apparently my wife's aunt made a long post about how we ruined Christmas by forcing them to drive 2 hours for a Christmas dinner, only to then turn them away heartlessly because they didn't feel comfortable leaving their new dog at home alone. Now, our immediate family is supportive. Both of my wife's grandmas thought that the scene was hilarious, apparently, and my in-laws thought it was nice to finally see somebody stand up to the Looney Tunes duo, which is their term and not mine. But they still think that we should have found a way to allow them to stay, even though they brought the dog. The other aunts, uncles, and cousins think that we went too far, and we should have somehow compromised. So honestly, I feel like I'm taking crazy pills right now, because I seriously am not sure if I'm in this scenario. And at this point, I seriously don't know what to do. No, of course you're not the jerk. These people are just being super weird. They read the email, they saw, oh yeah, we can come to this Christmas party, but they conveniently glazed over the fact that no dogs are allowed at this party. And honestly, that's on them. That is not on you or your wife at all. I mean, you made it very clear your wife has really bad dog allergies. It's not like you made this up all of a sudden just to punish people with pets. If anything, you're trying to mitigate a problem that obviously the aunt and uncle are the ones causing. So no, of course you're not the jerk. The aunt and the uncle are the real jerks in this situation, and the fact that they would try to paint you as the bad guy is more than enough proof to show that they're the bad people in this scenario and that you were just standing up for your boundaries. My manager asked me to pay for a refund that we had to issue, and at this point, I'm not sure if they're allowed to do this, and I now seriously don't know what to do. Here's what happened. Last week, I was working a party of 50 people with one of my coworkers. The party had ordered anything else was cash bar, meaning that we had to start individual tabs for all drinks and any separate dinner orders. Now, let me preface this by saying that our point of sale system is really old. It is so old that we need separate card readers that are attached to the computer system via cables, just to use the chips on the cards or swipe or even tap them. In some cases, for some cards, the tabs aren't made using their name. The system will label it as Visa cardholder instead, which I didn't realize as I just started at this place. And my coworker only informed me as we were going through tabs throughout the night, and I corrected the reference names accordingly as the customers orders more drinks. At the end of the shift and as people were cashing out, they looked over their bills and approved per usual. Well, yesterday my manager informed us that we needed to pay her $74 between the two of us because we rang up and charged the same card twice. Now, this was really confusing to me because for starters, why would I swipe the same card twice? And secondly, all three tabs came in at different times during the night and they all closed at different times as well. There was one instance where a card was swiped and then the friend of the person wanted to use a different card to pay. So we did sort it all out, and I even asked her to verify the last digits of the card so that we charged the right one. Prior to that, someone on a separate tab wanted to pay for one round of drinks that we had already rung in. So we transferred those set of drinks to a different tab. So the only thing that might have made sense is that the system copied the card to a different tab as we transferred one round of of drinks over to the other. So I really need to know, is this legal to be asking me to pay for a refund that the restaurant issued for 2 out of the 3 drink tabs? There was no food on these, but there was just coffee, some soda, and some beers. Because at this point, I seriously don't know what to do. Okay, it sounds like your manager's being super sketchy with you. If this was all refunded and corrected, then why on earth is she trying to make you pay for it? That is seriously insane to me, and it really sounds like they're trying to take advantage of you. Because from the sounds of it, the charge didn't go through. So seriously, what is your manager's problem? What are they upset about? It's not your fault the system sucks. That is clearly on them for not upgrading it. So in my opinion, it really seems like they're trying to take advantage of you and your coworker and basically pin something on you that you did not intentionally try to do. Because from the sounds of it, you didn't do anything wrong. And it really seems like everything was worked out, despite what the manager's trying to imply. My employee at my tanning salon accuses me of scamming our other employees that I have, all because my weekend closer makes $2 more an hour than everybody else. So I decided to get some malicious compliance, and as a result, that girl apologized for her behavior and realized that she was better off not having that extra pay. Here's what happened. Okay, so for a bit of background, I own a tanning salon, and it's open from 9 o'clock in the morning until 9 o'clock at night. Every single day. There are usually 5 to 6 girls working part-time there, and they make $2 an hour plus cash commissions on things that they sell, and that's for items like packages or shirts or stuff like that. So it's a small, non-chain business in a college town. All of the paychecks are counted in individual envelopes with the employees that are there, and some team sheets. They pick up their envelope on payday, as well, except for one instance.
Go get him, Aiden!
Transfixed!
You poor lost one.
Let's dance!
Get to work!
Press the advantage. Behold, the dawn!
Leave this place.
Let the show begin!
Show no mercy!
Overruled.
With one heart.
Right, ready, steady, go! I'll protect us.
He's lolling! He's Papa! Get him!
While the light shines bright!
Receive my blessing.
Let's dance!
You got this! Be gone, Shadow!
Paycheck and be like, wow, you're making $2 more an hour than me, only to then put the owner on blast like that. That is absolutely unacceptable. But I think what the original poster did is really clever, and it's a really clever way to basically show this employee that yes, they are in the wrong, because her actions and her comments were completely in the wrong. And it's really cool to see that she got the message in the end. My entitled mother is constantly putting herself in competition with everything I'm trying to do, constantly eating the groceries I buy for myself, as well as interjecting in obnoxious ways in my life. And honestly, I'm just so excited to get to college and get away from that woman, because at this point, I have...
Branches of song by the frost moon of old.
I'll protect us!
Get to work! You two! Time to end them!
While the light shines bright!
else the babysitting thing over my head. I have my wisdom teeth removal surgery tomorrow, and if you've never had your wisdom teeth removed, you're not allowed to eat anything starting the midnight the day of the surgery. You can't use a straw, you can only eat cold, soft foods until the bleeding stops. And this is followed by eating only soft, warm food when the bleeding is done. I went out with my mentor after school and I went to the grocery store. I have a credit card in my entitled mother's name and my dad's name, but they've both been given to me and I pay them. My entitled mother called me as I walked into the store and specifically said not to use my dad's card unless I go over $40 on her card. So I used her card for everything but a container of ice cream because I didn't want to chance it and have my card declined. So I bought a small container of ice cream as well as those drinkable yogurts, some oatmeal, as well as some easy to make mac and cheese and mashed potatoes. I also struggle with texture issues, so the only cold thing that I could eat really was the ice cream and the yogurt. I get home and my entitled mom wants to know what I bought. So I showed her, being proud and whatnot, all before she sees my ice cream and says she's gonna try some. And I figured she was gonna do this, tomorrow after I opened it. But no, she immediately opened it and took a big spoonful. I took a bite as well to make sure that I liked it, but immediately I put it back. I made a joke about eating it and then I went to take a nap. Well, I wake up to go grab some food and she takes my ice cream out of the freezer and grabs a spoon saying she's gonna try it. I point out that she already did and she just tells me that she did it with a smirk on her face. So I go grab it because I bought it and it's for tomorrow after surgery. But she pulls away from me and starts eating several spoonfuls just smirking at me. My dad has the decency to call her out, saying that she only said she was going to take a small bite, but that's when she mentioned she's going to buy me another one. But I know that she won't, or she'll do it days after I need it. But she says that I used her she says that it is still her. She then tells me it's messed up. I only bought myself ice cream and not her. But that wasn't anything about my mom at all. I already told her I was getting ice cream. I also reminded her that I was having surgery. Everything after I go to sleep and that I can just deal with it. I then reminded her how childish she was being at 41 years old and that she was fighting with a 16-year-old about food that I bought. My dad yells at us to stop, but she just keeps going on about how if I take it upstairs, then I can see how good it is tomorrow. I once again asked her if she was really going to, at 41, eat all of a 16-year-old's food that was bought specifically because of a surgery. Well, my dad yells at me this time to just drop it, that I should go to sleep and stop being grumpy, and that I'm the one with the attitude. Now, this isn't even the first time that she's tried to compete with my groceries. For example, I bought my own body wash like 4 days ago because we haven't had any for a few months. And the next day, she comes in flaunting how she got her and my little sister body wash, and she's only doing this to try and make a big deal out of it. Another time is when I bought stuff to make dinner, and she tries taking charge of my cooking. And I told her not to put butter in my meal yet, for example, and that I have to get some stuff prepared first, and that I'm going to use a pan anyways, because it's hard to mix stuff in such a small pot. Well, she puts the butter in anyways, causing me to rush, and as a result, the butter burns. And when I try to mix anything, I have to tilt the pot sideways. So as a result, I had to dump it because it was burnt, and she blamed me for burning it. But I told her that I was the one cooking, and that she needs to leave me alone, and that I was able to do my own thing, because when I cooked it, it wouldn't burn. But you know what? In 7 months, I'm gonna be gone from that house. And at this point, I simply can't wait to be away from my entitled mother. Wow, what an awful situation that you're stuck in. Because it really sounds like your mom is acting like a child. Like she is literally just messing with you left and right. Almost like she's trying to ruin your experience of having any kind of independence in your life. Like it's pretty obvious to me that she just doesn't want you to grow up. And she's using this last little bit of time that you have left under her roof to basically make your life a living nightmare. And that is seriously so annoying. I mean, you are so under her thumb that you need to go to a mentor and a counselor just to get your own groceries. Like, if that's not a clear indicator that she is failing as a parent, then I just don't know what is. So honestly, I'm so sorry that you're dealing with this, and hopefully this all gets better sooner than later, because your mom sounds incredibly obnoxious. But thankfully, you'll be at college soon, and hopefully your life can move forward from there. My entitled boss demands that I never take a bathroom break, claiming that anytime I'm away from my position, I'm inadvertently causing massive delays in our restaurant. But after dealing with this for so long and feeling so stressed out and so incredibly busy, I'm finally at my breaking point, and right now I seriously don't know what to do. Here's what happened. So I work in a food hall and I take on average one restroom break a day, and I try to go when it's not immediately busy. Obviously, if I had to go to the bathroom and I can't hold it any longer, then I'll go. But I always try to help customers that are clearly ready to order. One of the biggest issues is that customers are incompetent and never read the posted sign which states that I'm away and will return in a certain amount of time. It is usually less than the time I post, but never over, and they then assume that no one is stationed there, and as the kitchen speaks no English, they can't assist the customer, so they call the business number, which goes directly to my boss. My boss started to blow up with text messages asking where I was and that there were customers waiting to order, but the thing is, only one person was there that had already ordered, and it honestly, overall, just seemed pretty calm. I told my boss that I was going to the bathroom, and when I left, it was completely quiet, and I had already cleared all the orders, and I saw no one waiting. He then proceeded to say that it's been an ongoing issue that only I've been causing, as no one else is keeping customers waiting for extended periods of time. I then simply questioned whether I'm allowed to use the restroom, and it was almost a gaslighting response of him, saying that none of the other employees basically use the restroom in a fashion where customers are held up. I said that I do my best to make sure that if I can hold it, and if they come up when I'm gone, they don't see a sign or see the signs we use. He said that the sign is irrelevant, and the fact that I'm gone using the restroom is the real problem. Now, at this point, I'm trying to get some kind of second opinions on who's in the wrong here, as I'm still under the assumption that he seems to be arguing otherwise. Because me telling him that I use it, but it's slow and no one's at the counter, your hours, he just tells me that I'm
Let the show fulfill our path!
Everlasting as the moon!
Show no mercy! La 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 la.
Overrule. For the everlasting throne.
I'll protect us. Fulfill our path. Suffer the...
Go get him, Aiden! Be gone, Shadow!
This is where I fall. Transfixed!
Let's dance. Get to work.
Ah, something with which to commemorate this occasion.
She had always had a bit of an entitled streak to her, but it was never anything drastic. She usually kept it restrained to things like being the only one to pick which restaurant our group of friends went to, or having her seat in each friend's home. It was annoying, sure, but it was pretty mild overall. That is, until Christmas came along. A mutual friend of ours decided to hold a Christmas get-together for our large extended Brittany literally threw a fit. She started to say out loud, "All the other gifts suck. That is not fair. The beer's the only thing that I want. I would not have played if I knew this stupid rule." And she went on and on making comments like this. She was making everybody uncomfortable, especially Mary. Matt intervened and politely asked Brittany to just play along. He reminded her that there were still a few bottles of stout in the kitchen if she really wanted one. But no, Brittany just couldn't handle not having the full case to take home with her. She pouted and refused to pick another gift or play the game. So we just skipped her. The game continued on and everybody other than Brittany had a gift. With only one gift left, Brittany was forced to take that or nothing. She ended up choosing nothing and on top, continued to complain about how unfair the rules were. The person who bought the unclaimed gift ended up taking it back and gave it to Mary and Matt as a housewarming gift. And once Brittany saw that, she stormed out and left. Now, I really thought that would be the end of it, but trust me, I was completely wrong. Over the next few days, I was blasted with text messages from Brittany demanding that I give her the case of Matt's beer. She didn't ask if I would share it, which I probably would have done. She demanded that I give it to her outright. She actually said to me, "You know the rules were stupid and it should have been mine." Now, when I told her no, she started to give me a guilt trip. She said to me, "You make more money than me, so you can buy expensive beer and I can't. I mean, we've been friends for so long, it's only right, because right now you're being really selfish." Eventually, the final message she sent me was telling me that she hopes I choke on the beer. Well, after that, I blocked her number, I removed her from my Facebook friends list, and I haven't spoken to her since. And I'm not the only one. Mary, Matt, and about 1/3 of the entire party have completely cut contact with Brittany. She lost a lot personality types like this, where they are so entitled and narcissistic that if they're not having fun, then guess what? Nobody can have fun. Suddenly the game's gonna be over because they're having a bad time, or because they feel slighted in some kind of way. Like, she very easily could have just played along and picked something else, but instead threw a temper tantrum like a child and ruined the atmosphere for everybody at that party. Like, this is a grown woman, by the way. This is someone in their 30s acting like, I can't imagine being that old and still trying to call yourself an adult. It's so weird. And this wasn't some situation. This was literally a gift exchange with friends. Like, this was supposed to be like a nice get-together for Matt and Mary for their new home. But here comes Brittany acting like an insufferable psychopath. Honestly,
Show no mercy!
Transfixed!
Lush as the moon, by the frost moon of all. A grave transgression.
Come on, we can do it.
Fulfill our pact! You two! Time to...
You got this! Hold the door!
What greater pleasure is there than the unexpected?
Overrule! Receive my blessing.
Let the show begin.
Witness my rise. Laid bare.
You poor lost.
I'll protect us.
Get to work!
Fire rate festival!
Everlasting as the moon. Overruled. What greater pleasure is there than the unexpected? impressive bounty.
Custody deal so I could spend more time with her, and I was 13 years old when it was successful. My dad was upset, and Elizabeth was kind of mad that her kids would miss me more than they did while I was at my dad's. My uncles even said how strangely clingy the kids were, and they found it weird that every time I was with my mom, the kids would be asking when I would come home and why they couldn't see me. I wouldn't even be gone a day, and they would ask that. They started that before we even knew each other for a year. I spend way less time with my dad now, and I went on vacation with him, Elizabeth, and the kids last June, and let me tell you something, it was absolutely miserable. The vacation was basically spending all that week with the kids and following them around and doing stuff that they liked. On Christmas Eve, I spent a few hours at Dad's place, and that's because the court still requested that. So I was there, and my step-siblings were being super clingy and telling me not to go, and I should be with them at Christmas. And then they demanded they get invited to my mom's house, with Elizabeth asking how I could leave and miss out on a family Christmas and hurt my siblings so much. My dad also told me on the drive back to my mom's place that I should be taking my responsibility more seriously. I took a 3-week break from them, but the 10-year-old called me daily during those 3 weeks. Then my dad announced that we were going on vacation again in May, and he was saying it was a place that I wanted to go. But I decided right then and there that I was not going to ruin a place I always wanted to go to by being smothered by my step-siblings. So I told my dad that they can go, but I won't be going along, and that I won't be going on vacation with them ever again. He was surprised, and he told me that I had to go, and I said, I don't need to go, and I won't go. And he asked me for one good reason why, so I told him straight up that my step-siblings would ruin it by suffocating me, and that he and Elizabeth would do nothing about it. My dad called my attitude nasty and said that I should be ashamed of myself for talking about them like that. So honestly, am I the jerk in this scenario? What should I do? I don't think you're the jerk at all. I think the way that Elizabeth and your dad are acting is completely out of line because they're basically not watching their kids. They're allowing them to climb all over you and suffocate you so much that it's making any interaction with them completely impossible. Like, they need to step up and be the parent and give them something to do when you're not there, or at least give you some kind of space. Like, that's just not okay to be treated that way. So honestly, if I was in your shoes, I would have done the exact same thing, because there is no way I'm gonna go on that vacation, especially if my step-siblings are still gonna act so clingy. An entitled couple lied about me to my manager, claiming that I was rude to them and that I rushed them out of our restaurant. And as a result, I'm now in trouble with my main manager, as my job might be on the line after this massive lie from these customers. And right now, I am panicking, and I seriously don't know what to do. Okay, so I don't even know where to begin. Today, one of my managers took me aside and told me a table I had on Friday night called the restaurant today to complain that their food was cold. They also said that they didn't like how their steak was cooked, and I apparently refused to send it back to get recooked, with these people also claiming that I rushed them and I was overall very rude to them, forcing my head manager to give them a $200 food voucher, and that he is obviously very upset at me. Now, when my manager told me this, I was absolutely baffled. I worked the past 4 days and received very few complaints about food. I originally thought it was a table that didn't know a side dish was served cold, so I gave them a new side, but it wasn't them. So my manager let me know the day and the table, and in all honesty, I hardly remember them. The woman was the one who complained on the phone, but I only remember what the man looked like. I remember the woman was unsure about how her steak was cooked, and I offered to take it back and get it recooked to her liking, which is our restaurant policy, by the way, but she said it was okay and continued to eat her food. They never complained about any cold food to me. They gave me zero indication anything was wrong. I'm also very upset that they said I rushed them, because part of my spiel when I give them the check is to straight up tell them that there is no rush, that they can pay for their bill whenever they're ready, and that they can take as long as they want. The table also tipped me the full 20%, indicating they didn't take issue at the time with my service. It's known for my restaurant that they'll give food vouchers if a customer's unhappy about virtually anything about the food, which by the way, definitely is taken advantage of. I can take accountability for my actions and own up when I mess up. I have only been at this job a couple of months and did struggle initially. I had a major mess up in relation to how a patron wanted their steak prepared about a month ago now, and was essentially told that I'm on thin ice and I need to straighten up my act. So now I've been very conscientious about everything that I do. I told all of this to the manager working today, and she said that she would vouch for me. However, tomorrow I'm working with my head manager, and I imagine I'll get pulled to the side again to talk about it. I mean, what do I say? I don't want to tell my manager that I think these people were lying for free food, but that is in fact exactly what I think. I mean, how can I advocate for myself without putting these people down? I seriously feel like I'm going to be fighting to keep my job tomorrow, all because these people wanted free food, and now I'm in such a bad spot, and I seriously don't know what to do. Wow, that's a really terrible situation to be stuck in. Like, for starters, I can definitely see a customer lying just to get free food. Like, I'm sure that happens all the time in your business, and it seriously would not surprise me if they did that to you in this instance. And this is not some kind of small voucher, by the way. This is a $200 voucher. Like, this is some serious money being spent at this restaurant. And from the sounds of it, it doesn't sound like this is some kind of like chain restaurant, but it really seems like this is some higher end place where like perfection is expected. So for these customers to really look at you, someone who is very passionate about what you do and someone who works really hard to do a good job, and just basically lie and be like, oh yeah, they treated us like garbage. It's like, what are you talking about? You're like ruining my life right now. You can't do that. So honestly, if I was in your shoes, I would be completely honest with everything that happened. I would literally stand up for myself, because from the sounds of it, you might be the only one doing that. Sure, the other manager would vouch for you and try and give you a good word, but in my opinion, I think your own testimony against these people and basically detailing out everything that you did do for these people, I think that all of that can go a long way in hopefully keeping your job, because these people were clearly lying. It's not like you have a track record of being rude to customers or anything like that. You've clearly done your best, and it seems like you've only had one minor mishap with a patron in the past. So hopefully, with all these things in consideration, you can still hopefully have your job the next time you meet with your main manager. Because honestly, from the sounds of it, it really seems like these patrons are trying to work the system. And for you to get caught up inside of that, honestly, in my opinion, is completely unfair. If you like Am I the Jerk, you're probably going to love Am I the Genius. Check it out, link down below in the description. Also, go to amithejerk.com/submit if you would like to submit your own stories. My entitled parents are refusing to allow me to move out at the age of 21, and instead are trying to force me to get a college degree at a university I don't even want to go to. And at this point, I'm at my breaking point, and I now seriously don't know what to do. Okay, so ever since I finished school, I was forced to go to the high school of their choice. And finally, I was forced and partially manipulated
How'd
at
this slip
19
through
years
the
old
net?
to go to a university of their choice, studying something that they chose. And right now, I'm working a full-time job of my choice this time, of which they don't even know about. I mean, they think that I'm going to university, but instead, I go to work. I am on the second year in this university, and as you can tell, I don't really go or study that much. I have so many failed exams, and I think they will expel me soon. So now, my plan is to leave this awful university and finally move out of my parents' house. I can't afford everything, such as food and rent and utilities, but the only problem is that my parents just don't let me leave. In the first year of university about a year ago, I managed to move out alone with the reason for studying for university. Well, about 1 week after I moved out, I told my parents that I would abandon this university if I couldn't. I said that this led into a lot of fights, several thorough phone calls, as well as and they also come by my place just to argue. For 2 months, they convinced me to come back home and pursue university. The same thing, telling them the truth. Problems mentally, since they are so obsessed with the idea of me getting a college degree, which I do not want to. I don't care that we fight or whatever, but I can't stand the idea that they're taking antidepressants daily, and they're using this as a manipulation tactic just to make me come back to them. And right now, I seriously don't know what to do. Okay, so this is a it really seems like your parents are just trying to manipulate the situation and force you into something that you don't want to do. For context, the original poster is 21 years old. Honestly, at that age, if you not want to go to college, then nobody Nobody can make you stay in there and get a degree that you don't want to get. And trust me, I hear exactly what you're saying. Maybe your parents have a lot of mental health issues and they're using that against you in some kind of way. But at the end of the day, no matter what they say or do, they can't force you to go to college if you don't want to go. If you want to work instead out of high school and do that and make money that way, then in my opinion, there's nothing wrong with that. But you've basically made it very clear that no, you don't want to go to university and you don't want to be around your parents and live with them. I mean, I know if I was in your shoes, I would be very miserable dealing with my parents every single day, especially if this is how they're act. So hopefully this all gets worked out for you, because what you're describing right now does not sound normal. And I seriously think it's not normal for them to try and force you to go to college, especially when you definitely have made it clear that you do not. My partner fought a fight against my will right before we had that dog is an absolute mess. At this point, I seriously don't know what to do. Here's what happened. So me and my partner have been together for around 11 months, and we conceived our beautiful baby boy really early in our relationship. She had a medium-sized dog and a cat, and I knew that they were part of the package since they were here before I was. Now, she is rather an impulsive buyer. I'm not the greatest myself, but I at least can admit and include her on any big decisions. There was many times during the pregnancy that she insisted that we get a kitten or a puppy, but I always said no. I would say, let's see how things are when the baby is here. I knew that just having a newborn wasn't going to be easy. Anyways, in November when I was working in a remote location, she called me and said that there were these bad people that were going to get rid of this German Shepherd puppy on the side of the road, and that they said they would trade a puppy for an Xbox. She said that she wanted to foster the dog for 2 weeks until she finds new owners. I told her that I knew she would get attached, but she said that she wouldn't. I also reinforced that it would be extremely difficult to take care of our baby along with this new puppy. I told her that I cannot control the decisions that she makes, but that I hope that she would make a smart decision. Well, long story short, she got the dog. Now we have our newborn born late December, and honestly, this puppy has become a nuisance. The puppy steals the baby's clothing, it barks, urinates, and poops literally everywhere, and she does very little to prevent it. It also has chewed up most of his pacifiers and bottles. I only found out because I asked her where they all went, and she said that she didn't know. But shortly after, I saw him chewing on a bottle. She was covering for the puppy and only admitted to it once I caught him in the act. I get extremely irritated because she just lets him get away with everything, and all I end up doing is disciplining and cleaning up after the puppy while working full-time and doing most of the house tasks. When I get frustrated, she tells me that it's all in my head and that I shouldn't let it bother me because I don't know myself getting mad. I mean, I don't know what to do. I feel like this has become extremely disrespectful.
You're in my sights.
The decision that I did it makes me feel bad for being frustrated. I mean, should I leave? She won't budge on the dog.
Light compels you! Now the light shines bright!
I mean, do I just stay for myself?
Go get him, Aiden! Behold, the dog!
Honestly, I'm really with the original poster on this one because that child takes a major precedent over that dog. Now, obviously, I don't think it's smart to leave that kid behind and like leave the relationship or something like that, but I do think for the sake of everybody else's sanity, that dog has got to be rehomed somewhere else. And I'm right there with the original poster. He literally said, hey, we have a baby on the way. Let's not get a dog as well on top of having a newborn baby. Because you know what? They're right. That baby is already going to be a handful, and the last thing you need is literally another mouth to feed that is only going to add more stress on the situation. So honestly, I don't think you're in the wrong, and I think the way that your partner bought that dog without you having a say in what happens, honestly, is completely unacceptable. An entitled jerk breaks into my house, claiming that he has stuff in my garage that he needs to get, and as a result, this guy got arrested, and he got charged with breaking and entering. Here's what happened. So Saturday night, the missus and I are lying in bed, trying to go to sleep when I hear some noise from the back door, with the storm door opening and slamming shut. I'm not fully asleep yet, so I put on some pants and a shirt that I can find, and I grab my pump action weapon, if you know what I mean. We move to the mountainside, and most of the area is still wooded, and living in such conditions makes wild animals a legitimate issue. Things like bears, coyotes, raccoons, and bobcats, and those are just to name a few. So as I'm moving to the back door, I hear a window break in the back garage. I look around and I see someone breaking into my garage. I then scream for my wife to call the sheriff's office. Around here, 911 doesn't work well for break-ins, as we are connected with a couple of counties, so it does get confusing for them, and we decided that a quicker response by calling them directly would probably work. I'm now in go mode, thinking that some junkie is trying to score some tools for some quick cash. I got out of my house and I noticed this person's truck still running, so I did the only thing I could think of and took the key out of the truck and I put it in my pocket waiting for the deputies to show up. Fast forward, and it took them about 20 minutes to show up. One was state police and the other was local sheriff deputy who were doing radar 10 miles up the road, and my wife and I knew the both of them. With my weapon in hand, I told them that someone was in the garage, and I haven't approached it yet, but I do have the key of the guy's truck. So they go in and they deal with the situation, and they find this dude passed out on an old bench seat, which was for an old truck I have by my tool bench. They wake him up and then they arrest him with little to no issue other than him screaming profanities at them. They told me that I can press charges and come in on Monday to file the paperwork, stating that he's not getting out anytime soon, and on top of him breaking in, he's being charged with a DUI. So yesterday, I spent the day traveling to
You got this!
dirt road, since there are no stores that are open on Sunday in my location. While in my travels, I'm still fuming at the fact that I'm having to do this repair on a piece of junk door from the 70s. My wife was telling me to maybe let it go in the morning, but I haven't done that. So this morning, I went to the sheriff's office, and the same deputy was there that arrested this jerk. So I decided to ask him how the ride was with that dude in the back of his car, and this is basically what the officer said. The officer said, and this guy said, I was trying to get my stuff back, but someone... The officer then said... the right to change the lock without telling me, but the officer responded by saying, well, yeah, they can. You haven't been in that house in like 4 years, and I was the one who got you out of that house for getting into a fight. That's twice I get to arrest you on the same property. This guy then said, but he shouldn't be entitled to change the locks though. Where else am I supposed to go? Now, in terms of the property itself, we purchased it from a guy named Carl, who is a school board member, and paid us
While the light shines bright, light compels you!
Lush as the moonlight for the everlasting. Let's dance!
Fulfill our pact! Eat Lolling! Eat Papa! Get him!
Go get him, Aiden!
Transfixed!
Leave this place.
Get to work!
You got this! Be gone, shadow of darkness!
Overruled. Branch into song by the frost manifold.
You two! Time to end them!
While the light shines bright, light compels...
I'll protect us.
girlfriend is 19 years old. Things have been kind of hectic, but we have been managing. And yes, before you say anything, I realize that we're very young to have a kid, but we're in love with each other and we're both very mature for our age, so we believe we're ready to start our family. My girlfriend chose to keep the baby, if you know what I mean, and this is all for religious reasons. And we have financial support from my parents, so we don't have to worry about money. Now, I have been best friends with this other girl who's also 19 for about a decade. She is kind and funny and pretty, but we practically grew up together, so I've only ever seen her as like a sibling. She has supported me through thick and thin, and we have been there for each other during our hardest times. Around 3 weeks ago, after my son was born, her 13-year-old sister tragically passed away. She was absolutely heartbroken and was struggling to cope with the loss. Her sister was the only person in her family that she had a good relationship with, and my friend is blaming herself for not being there for her. She has a distant relationship with her mother. Her friends from school now live very far away, and she's quite introverted, so she hasn't made a lot of new close friends. parents, so I'm pretty much the only support she has. I went to the funeral with her back in our hometown. I brought her her favorite food to make sure that she eats something. I message her every day to see if she's doing well. She's battled with depression before.
Something with which to commemorate this occasion.
Of losing her too. I hang out with her a couple of times a week. We go on walks, we watch movies together, we sometimes read together at the library, or even do some baking together, as well as painting with her, playing video games, and going on picnics. And these are all activities that she used to love doing with her sister. We reminisce about all the fun memories we had with her sister, and it's never become anything more than platonic. Apart from spending time with my friend, or in class and doing assignments and studying, or even at work, I spend the rest of my time supporting my family, helping with taking care of chores around the house, as well as bottle feeding and bathing my son. But recently, I've been getting into arguments with my girlfriend. She's been suspicious of me spending all my time with my friend, knowing full well that I'm simply supporting her. In the first month after our son's birth, I did everything I could to make motherhood easier for her, and I still would have if it wasn't for someone I love and care about deeply going through such a hard time. I have been completely honest to my girlfriend about helping my friend, yet she started accusing me of neglecting her and our son, and saying that I only cared about my friend because I had a crush on her.
Just doing what...
Der Turm ist in Wirklichkeit eine riesige Kanone. Ach du Kacke. Man denkt, es ist ein Leuchtturm. Aber es ist in Wirklichkeit so eine riesige Kanone wie in Mordgeil, in der Hauptstadt. Da ist der Turm eine riesige Kanone gegen Abgrund. Und Custom-Musik.
Let the show be.
The world wishes you well.
The mission. Make absolutely sure you're fully prepared.
I empathize and understand that she's having a stressful time adjusting to parenthood, especially after an unplanned pregnancy. But I think I should be allowed to support my best friend with her grief. So honestly, am I the jerk in this scenario? What should I do? Yes, you are absolutely the jerk in this scenario for several reasons. First of all, I feel really bad for your best friend's sister passing away, and honestly, that is awful. I really do feel for her situation. Honestly, that is a terrible thing to go through. But literally, it does sound like you have a friend with this best friend. Like, think about it. You're describing her as funny and pretty and kind, but you always backtrack by saying, oh, it's just platonic. Meanwhile, you're practically dating this lady while your girlfriend is solo taking care of this baby. It honestly sounds like your schedule is already incredibly busy, so the fact that you're trying to find more time to spend
Where
time
you will
with
go
these
from
best
here.
friends instead of
If
spending
not,
time with your girlfriend
why
and
not find a patch of soft grass and rest a while?
sister passed away, I would be there for her. I would even show up for the funeral, which I think is a fantastic thing to do. But I wouldn't then spend every waking moment with her instead of spending time with my girlfriend and my son. It almost seems like you're using your best friend's sister's passing as some kind of like license or permission to spend all your time with this girl. And maybe you don't see that you're actually doing that, but trust me, from my perspective, it really looks like that. So hopefully you can get this figured out, because honestly, this is not a good look. Because from the outside looking in, it really seems like you have two girlfriends. And I think it might be time to take care of the one that just gave birth to your son, instead of the other one that clearly is a little bit more than just being friends. Am I the jerk for canceling my sister's visit even though her therapist said that she needed a vacation? Here's what happened. I want to start off by saying that the details in this next story are fake. About 3 years ago, my stepsister Daphne got pregnant. She and her husband Jim were thrilled, but found out at the 20-week scan that the baby had a congenital condition and would be born severely disabled. Daphne decided to keep going with the pregnancy despite Jim's protests, and eventually they split up, with the both of them eventually getting back together in time for their son Liam to be born. And today he is now 2 years old. Over the last 2 years, Daphne's and Jim's mental health has declined significantly.